Hello and welcome to the newest episode of Outta Stanton, a Star Citizen podcast where Mr. MasoKast and me talk about everything and anything about Star Citizen. And this week,
This week,
it's
I was
packed.
very close to stealing your intro and just being like, hello and welcome to. One of these days, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to you'll be like, 3, 2, 1, recording. And I'll be like, haha, sucker.
I'm
This is
down,
my
man.
intro now.
I stole one of your outros in the last. What was it? Well, half of it. What's the name? Stanton
I don't
Gossip.
know.
So yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
So for those who don't know, before we do anything else, we did start doing Stanton Gossip as a standalone and recording it on Wednesdays offline and uploading it that night in Europe, like whatever, but I expected like Thursdays morning probably to be uploaded on YouTube. This will not be for everyone, obviously. It's just two of us watching a lot of YouTube stuff and other media, and just taking our opinions about it. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, but in general, it's to promote other stuff, right?
I disagree. I think it is for everybody because like we always say when we do the gossip section, we say like if you've got stuff that you've watched lately during about Star Citizen and you want to kind of share it, that's where you get to like throw it in the comments and stuff because we are always looking for more stuff
Hungry,
to watch.
absolutely, yeah. So there's
So
that.
so
Sorry.
this week has been a bit of a shit show for me, and I haven't got to watch anything close to what I usually watch. But I'll go into that a little bit later, I guess.
Well, yeah, but you still have time because now Gossip is Wednesday.
Yeah. True.
I did watch a lot, and something. What a segue! Some things that we watched together, kind of like both of us, is SCL. And so last SCL, it was.
Wait, no.
No, I see. We watched
We both
IC
watched.
together. Yeah.
I didn't get to watch SCL.
You didn't get to watch SCL. So SCL, okay, so SCL we're not gonna talk a lot about. It was an hour. Man, I don't know. Huh?
I gotta say, like I saw that and I was like, VFX, not really super interested, just because that's not usually the type of SCL that I watch. But like the notes you have here makes it actually seem like something that is worth.
Well, here's the thing. VFX is one of those things that it's visual and
Yeah, you have
they
to watch
talk.
it, right?
Yeah, and they don't show anything on SCL, right? So it's not like IC.
Okay.
So
Well, that's good.
So they just talked about stuff, and you know what I mean? Like it
didn't grab you. I don't know. Like for example, the first note you got here is like shields are less obstructive, or in 313. That's something that's interesting to me. Like I don't know how they're
one
going
of
to
the
do that.
questions. Well, basically they said so we're getting the new like shield tech tool, right? And then someone asked, is it going to be less obstructive? And then they immediately said like yes. And then Jared asked him like to explain that a little bit, and they did not really. I don't, as far as I remember, they did not really explain it, but like they probably don't want it to be like you probably will not see it in front of the cockpit, is what it is, right?
Yeah.
So and it makes sense, man. I mean,
Well, right now it's a mess, man. Like if you're taking heavy fire from the front, like just
especially
GG, you
in
can't
some
see
ships.
anything. Yeah.
Like if you have struts and then you have shields on top of it, and like, oh my, what's happening?
So that's where I'm curious. So like, well, I mean, clearly I just need to go and watch it. But
see,
like,
here's the thing:
how are they going to do that? Are they going to make it so it's like you can see through one way, but less the other way? Kind of like double-sided glass.
They did
or
not
whatever.
explain that. Not that way. Here's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like watching this one, I don't think it's worth the information you get to soak in an hour of your time. I don't want to be rude. Like what these guys are doing is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
It's no. I mean, I watch all of this because I'm doing something else and I have it on my other screen, right? But it's not a problem. But like, I watched it. I was like, okay. because VFX team in CAG is amazing. Like there's no
Oh,
doubt about it. Like we love it.
Yeah, they're incredible.
Right? Yeah, they sell the game. Like not
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
kinda
But, like,
do. Yeah, with
almost.
the whole like
So,
screenshot simulator
yeah.
meme.
So
Yeah.
they're cool dudes and they're fun to listen to. Like they're nice team for sure. It's just that it's not the same. You need to see these things.
Right.
What
Yeah, and you're not getting any like groundbreaking information out of it or anything like that. You know,
True.
like as opposed to like game design, which is kind of
Mhm.
like what we heard from last, not game designer, like
That-
vehicle design or whatever
that one
last
was
week, where
good.
it's like,
That one was
yeah, the
like
stuff they're
packed
talking
with
about is like,
information.
give me more.
True.
I don't know. I'll still queue it up though. I mean, for the next week, I'm in the truck, so
Yeah.
I should have some time.
One thing that is really good is how they talk about like their connection to every other team, including sound department, for example, like how they
Yeah.
enhanced each other's product, and it's really
Totally.
it's interesting. But like at the same time, it's like okay, so they mentioned that so shields less obstructive in 313 for like pilot. They talked about fire. They said basically the fire is going to be the most interesting mechanic, kind of.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait. We had this conversation before too, because they keep saying it's going to be the most interesting mechanic. And
That's kind of scary. I don't know.
it is kind of, but at the same time, like I get it, man. Like how intense is that going to be when it's like, like your damage control sirens start going off and it's like, shit, we got to get somebody back there to deal with this fire.
I can tell
You
you
know?
that I will have serious PTSD with this if it's like super good, because I survived two fires on board ship, one barely, the other one.
Oh right, yeah.
The other one was like we already started evacuating the ship in the middle of the open ocean. Luckily, the fire team managed to extinguish it. Yeah, we can talk about this once when we were talking about this stuff, because the way the fire spreads through, it's not the fire even, it's the smoke. The way the smoke spreads through the ventilation systems is crazy, and you can't block them because then you kill the oxygen, you kill the people, right? So
yeah,
it's very so fire on ships regardless.
They did say that smoke is going to be like a big part of fighting fires in this ship too. Ooh,
but I mean, it's great, but do I want that to be like the most interesting mechanic? I don't know. Let's wait and see. I guess let's wait and see, right? So
yeah,
I'm not judging it. I'm just like, okay.
This is also from the perspective of the people who are working on the fire,
and it's probably very complex to make it feel like in real life. I mean, I wonder if they're gonna make it happen for us to like be actually like scared of fire and not like play a mini game. You know what I mean?
Well, from the sounds of things, like from the snippets they showed in previous videos and stuff like that, it did seem like it was quite complicated. Like the way that the fire propagates is based off of like what's combustible in the room, like actual heat emissions, and stuff like that. So it's not just like it's not just like it's a mini game. Like it's actually spreading based on like how much heat it's putting out and like what in the area is combustible, at what heat level those things are combustible, etc. It did seem quite complicated.
I'll say something that we can turn into a whole topic of one episode, and then we can stop about it, or we can just talk about it if you want. I don't want fire in this game, and the reason, the inside, and the reason for this is all the ships are. So when you get on board a cruise ship or a navy ship, the first thing you learn is fire routes, and then on the cruise ship, crowd control and how to direct people when it happens. Ships in Star Citizen, regardless of the size, they don't have fire routes. Like they don't have emergency routes at all. Not to mention that some ships are complete death traps, like MSR, for example.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think the ship design was not made for fire gameplay. As someone who lived that way of life, I don't want to be serious here, but like, you know what I mean?
Like that actually, like the way that I mean, that's indicative of a lot of the issues that we have with ship design. Hey, like we're it's the problem that I have with, for example, like the Constellation. It's an old ship design before they knew what kind of mechanics
Mm-hmm.
were going to be in place for ships, right?
Yeah.
So you're probably right in that like adding fire gameplay is going to make some of these older ship designs that weren't designed with fire routes and stuff like
But
that just an utter nightmare.
890 that doesn't
But
have like Terra is not an old ship. It doesn't have an escape route.
yeah,
Um,
but again, like it's not an old ship, but it was designed before fire
okay, I
mechanics were
see
in the
what you're
game,
saying.
you know?
Although they've been talking
So
about fire for such a long time, and they've been talking about the fire for as long as they've been talking about like MSR, from what I know. And yeah, MSI does not have a fire evacuation plan.
no, but at least it has the tubes that you can crawl through. So
You
there's like
don't
multiple ways to get
you
around the ship.
don't want to be there when the fire
Yeah.
happens.
You know what it really reminds me of? I watched a video on Smarter Every Day's channel about how they handle fire in submarines. And he did like a live aboard on one of the U.S. Navy
Same as ships,
submarines.
no? Sprinklers?
Um,
The problem is oxygen, I guess.
yeah, well, I mean, it's a similar situation as the MSR, right? Like, there's only one way out of that thing, like,
There's only one
and
way out for humans, but there's not only one way out. Like you can push oxygen out
yeah,
of the right. You can push gases out of the.
yeah, they just have like it's fire handling for submarine crews are just like it's something that they're literally drilled on like
Every day,
multiple
bro.
times a week.
It's the
Like
same on
they'll
it's the
have
same on
a
ships because submarine sure is in a worse position because you're underwater, so you can't
yeah
even run up. And
more
although some of the newer submarines, like the nuclear ones and whatnot, they can get out of the water super quick. However, some of them are under thick ice and stuff like that, so you can't really even
yeah, or if you're in a tactical situation where you
you
can't
can't.
surface, yeah,
But then I guess
yeah.
if you have fire on board submarine, you just SOS anyways. Because it's kind of crazy how again that's another topic that is not really Star Citizen related. But amongst all the military departments, so like Air Force,
Mhm.
Marines, Navy has this crazy mindset of they always like, or not always obviously, but they have this idea of accepting the defeat and being rescued by the opponent, and the other way around. Like let's say, submarine is being destroyed by a destroyer. That destroyer will circle around and try and get everyone who survives, because at that moment they're not a threat anymore and they're fellow Navy like
Mm.
sailors. And that's I don't think that's crazy. So I
Mm.
guess if you are going to die, maybe Russians would
Well,
not.
they definitely. It's interesting too because it seems we're tangenting here,
Yeah.
obviously as usual,
What else
but
is new?
yeah, right. But it is something that they talk about a little bit in Star Citizen lore as well. They talk about like how if a pilot's ejected, like it is like the utmost crime to kill, a pod that's ejected or whatever.
And it should
Like
be because it's not a threat, right?
that is something that even the worst criminals don't do.
But how do
Um
you police that? Because players will do it.
ah, people are going to. It's just,
Yeah.
I think it'll be reputation penalized, to be
Yeah, but
honest.
if how do you know that a person was killed?
That's true. I don't know. They might gamify it, and they just might make it so like if you shoot an
That'd be
ejection
cool.
pod, it's like like instant hit to all of your reputations, regardless of who of whether or not you're in monitored space. But anyways, it'll be curious to see. I'll be curious to see how they handle that. But as far as fires go, I do think that like the submarine stuff definitely was applicable to being in a spaceship
Mm.
because again, I mean,
No, it's the same.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, NASA is
um,
doing their stuff in the deep pool because it's the same.
yeah,
You can't just go out.
yeah, yeah.
uh,
Though at the same time, one of the things that Star Citizen or spaceships have going for them instead of as opposed to like submarines is like being able to just open an area to vacuum.
there's a
So if
game
you really want
called
that,
FTL, Faster Than Light. I don't know
yes,
if you
I
played
played the
it.
crap out of it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
That's how you literally do that. You open it and
Yeah.
vacuum, and that's
But
it.
I mean that has penalties too, right? Because like you only have so much O2 on your ship, you
True.
know, and if you're evacuating areas to space and your life support is damaged or something like that, you may not be able to kind of replenish and repressurize those rooms.
But you'll
I don't know.
survive the first threat, right? So then you think
Yeah,
about the next one.
yeah, exactly.
I just don't want that to be a normal thing because in 10 years, and I worked on some of very old ships as well. I mean, very old, like 30 years old,
Hmm.
that unfortunately are now scrapped, some of them, because of
Yeah,
you
because of
know
the
what.
pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, I mean, 2 years I had like 4 fires maybe, out of which two were like localized, no big deal, and
Hmm.
two were life threatening. And but it's 10 years. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fire does not happen that often.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, I want, when
But
fire happens, I want it to
you weren't
grab
in
you
a
off guard.
combat situation, right?
Sure.
It's not like you were fighting
I don't know
with the
how that
cruise ship.
works though, because of space. Like, if someone,
Well,
again,
here's how it would work. If you had like a hull penetration or something like that, and a slug goes through, some electrical conduits or something like that, then it's going
yeah,
to potentially create an electrical fire, right?
yeah, but then isn't the suction of oxygen from that hole where the
Maybe.
slug was will extinguish the
Yep.
fire at the same time? So
Yep.
that's what
Maybe.
I'm saying.
But
It's like these
also,
are too complex for the game, kind of.
but you're also dealing with laser weapons, which is literally heat. Or you could have a situation where like a power node or something gets hit, sends a fluctuation through electrical conduits and causes something to overload. Boom,
I think
I don't know.
fire will be more of a engineer does something, does a boo boo, and sends too much power somewhere, and just like it's gonna be an engineered
Maybe.
mini gameplay, and then cargo, like if you have cargo that is volatile,
Oh, I
because
didn't
right
even think about
now if
cargo.
you have like
Yeah.
Fontanium, it just blows your ship, but instead, what if it starts the fire? Something else. It would be.
I I hope that fire is just one thing in a damage control situation that is interesting. Like I
Yeah,
really hope it's not the only thing, you know what I mean?
I really think
I
that
hope it's something that
I think you hit it on the head there when you said like it's this team talking about it. For them, this is the most,
yeah,
like,
it was
they're
because
not
that's all
game
they're working on.
designers, right? They're
Yeah.
VFX designers.
Yeah.
Okay. Apart from that, I talked briefly about clouds and cloud tech, and how they're gonna add more debris into those what we have now.
Did they talk about planetary clouds? Because that is something we haven't had an update on in a long time.
Not enough to be mentioned. Maybe they
Excuse
said
me.
something about it, but not like. I mean, no, not really. Gas
Damn.
clouds, but like I don't know. I think they're gonna use somewhat similar tech for that, but
They've said it's really different, but again, like we haven't
for
heard
them
anything
or for
about like
us though.
for them.
Yeah.
They said that the tech for volumetric gas clouds out in space is very different tech than volumetric clouds in a planetary situation.
Oh,
And
you're talking about like not like
I'm, I'm
Crusader,
talking
be
about
it not like
well that would be the same tech, right? Essentially,
Mm.
volumetric cloud tech for Crusader would probably be the same cloud tech as what you'd be doing on planets like Microtech and Hurston as well, just different
Mm.
kind of parameters, right? So like the cloud layer depth, and this is just me armchair deving, but like the cloud layer depth on uh Crusader obviously is going to be like 1,000 kilometers deep versus like the volumetric cloud layer for another like a more terrestrial planet is going to be maybe a kilometer or two deep kind of a thing at the most.
So
um
you
but we
know
haven't heard anything about
no,
that
not really,
for
not really.
for a long time.
You know how we talk about like playing any game after Star Citizen, like space game, we're so spoiled and it doesn't feel good enough because of the
Mm.
detail and everything. So Sobo Studios that is making Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Their clouds are
Yeah,
real-time clouds. You can
yep,
fly into the tornado,
full
like
on volumetric.
everything. And I am so
Yeah,
spoiled by that
yeah,
that I don't think even like if it's a rain cloud, if you fly into it, the droplets start, and fully
wow,
follicularized droplets. So if you're going too fast, you're gonna start like slowly like going away from your windshield and all that. You can hear it, and so after having that, I don't think CIG. I don't think anyone can top that. Not CIG. Like I don't think anyone, because that's like. I think
I
that
think
is
they can.
like their main, like one of their main, like one of their pillars as flight simulator. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
at
yeah.
least from the sounds of things, they're aiming for something similar. We already have the like droplet effects and stuff like that. It's just a
Mhm.
question of like tuning them to be,
Here's the thing,
be
though.
more situational. But
Those things on the highest end game rigs in a fully polished product
yeah,
are
yeah,
a killer. Like,
yes,
you
yeah,
fly into a hurricane, you better have that 1390, baby. Like,
yeah, yeah.
and your
You know what's
the
weird?
B CPU and all that. Like,
Cyberpunk has volumetric clouds
but you're
too.
not flying through them, right?
No, no,
They
no. But
have them
still,
in.
like they have. But the point is like you see volumetric cloud tech in like Dual Universe has volumetric clouds, and then of
Yeah,
course they're not like
low
Microsoft
poly,
Flight
but
Simulator
yeah,
level or whatever, And the same thing with Cyberpunk. So like the tech itself is something that seems to be like getting
doable.
to a point where it's widespread.
But
It's
here's
just
the
a question of like how much fidelity
yeah.
is there.
Well, the problem is like games that are not so you don't have collision with clouds in these games. That's the thing. Like you just have to make them collide with the other cloud, right? While you like there has like I don't know how much of fidelity they want. Where like if you collide with a cloud, there has to be a reaction, right?
Yeah,
To your ship, to the cloud,
yeah,
maybe all that.
yeah.
So it's much more difficult
Sound,
than
man.
sound. Yeah,
Sound is just something that need like the sound design team in Star Citizen is like really good.
they're really
CIG's
good.
sound design team is really good, but man, we need more flight sounds and like feedback sounds when you're flying through atmosphere and
Maybe they
stuff like
didn't
that.
get to that in detail yet.
No, yeah,
Like
I'm
I've
sure they
been
probably will, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing Destiny 2 finally, and we'll talk about it a little bit. And I was like, I like the game. It looks great. It's very much enjoyable and all that. But the
Yeah.
sound, I'm like, sound is this game in this game is not good
Yeah.
enough, and it
That's one
means
of the things.
so much. It like brings so much atmosphere to the game. And don't get me wrong, it's enjoyable. It's not like bad sound, but again, I pay
Yeah, it's
attention to
not
this a lot.
great
And
sound.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Star Citizen already has some really good moments, atmosphere with the sound. So I
Mhm.
believe in them. Okay. Um, let's go to ISC and then the other one.
Right.
So IS because it's connected. So ISC came out. Uh, okay. You just watched it, so you wanna go? You wanna go through that, and then I'll add.
Uh, okay, sure. Yeah, yeah. I see. One of the first things they touched on was, or yeah, one of the first things they touched on was like vehicle handling and stuff like that, which I think we can all agree needs some like really drastic love in Star Citizen right now because the ground vehicles feel terrible. There's no other word for it. It is terrible. Like the throttle control is terrible. The tire traction and stuff like that is terrible. The speeds are terrible. Nothing feels good driving.
Which to me would be
Driving a vehicle.
okay
Oh,
if they
oh,
would
and here's
say.
the
Sorry, go for it.
well, here's the thing that bugs me the most about ground vehicles is they don't feel like they have any weight at all.
Mm.
Like they feel like you're driving an engine and like something that weighs just like a
Box.
couple pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
A
way they
cardboard
the way they
box.
change direction,
Yeah.
the way they accelerate and decelerate, like you might as well like it just doesn't feel like there's any weight behind the vehicle, and that sucks.
Also,
So,
visually, wheel spin looks
mhm,
ridiculously stupid. It so for me, if they were treating it like that and tell us like, guys, don't worry about it. Like this is way off what we want. I'd be like,
mm,
that's fine, whatever. Let me play with my
mhm,
Ursa anyways. I'm fine. But they don't. They say like it's good, but we want it to get better.
That was one comment, and I just don't feel. I don't know. I'm not willing to judge on that just yet. Like that's
It's
what I was
not the
going to say.
first
Like we
time though.
have, it isn't, but we have different. We have different outlooks on this, and for me, I'm just like I'm willing to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt because they've demonstrated that they're still working on it. Starting with tire physics, good. That's a good start. Like so tires actually have the kind of thresholds that'll cause them to kind of slide around and stuff like that. That's a good start. You're right in that the comment by, I can't remember what the developer's name was,
The guy that
where
has
he
the
says that,
beautiful bicycle behind him always.
yeah, he says like, oh, vehicles feel good already. Okay, that comment felt a little bit flat just because there's nothing about ground vehicles right now that feels good,
Interior,
in my opinion.
like interior feels good. But like I
Sure, but
like
that's not
but that
driving.
has nothing to do with the
Yeah.
experience, right? So experience is just not there.
So they talked about doing work on the HUD of ground vehicles, and I hope that maybe like the HUD and UI and stuff kind of comes along with some changes to like the driving physics and stuff like that. Like I'm hoping that's the case. Um because yeah, like for example, like if they're going to change the HUD of the ground vehicles, and they've said that the HUD has no information right now, maybe that'll come across, come along with some sort of speed limiter or something like that, so that you have more easily controllable throttle response and top speeds and stuff like that. Because even right now, binding it to something like a digital controller, like pedals or like another stick or something, the response is too extreme. It doesn't. Yeah. Anyways, I'm hoping that
Maybe
their
server
talk about
tick, I
HUD.
don't know, is
I don't think
screwing it
it's.
up.
I don't think it's server tech. I
Because when
really
you're
don't.
flying the ship, you're not as connected to anything as ground vehicle to the ground and rocks around and all that. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. I'm trying to
Part
find
of
the
it's
excuse, but
gravity.
this what gravity? Like I drive on Hearst. I drive a lot,
Yeah.
and I also play sim games.
Yeah,
So
but it feels way different when you're trying to drive on something like Daymar, for
true,
example,
but if it
or
felt good
Yellow.
on Hurston and then it feels weird there, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, exactly.
But it
Yeah.
feels like shit on Hurston. So, and
Well,
I
that's
can't say anything. Like driving in our game feels like shit. I'm sorry,
yeah.
but that's what it
Well,
is. And I
okay.
would not
And
say this if they didn't say that it feels good. Like fuck you,
to
dude. It doesn't feel good.
yeah, to clarify this for anybody listening, both Chegg and I are what you would call, I guess, petrol heads or gear heads. And I drive professionally for a living.
I
Is
used to.
so yeah, and you used to, and like we're both into racing and stuff like that. So that's where when we say that it feels like shit, it feels like shit to us because again, like this sort of stuff
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
matters to us. And this sort of stuff is
But
stuff that
again,
we are used
dude,
to.
they are when they open with like, oh, I used to
Yes.
race in sim racing, and I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, that fell really flat. It really
bruh,
did.
did you? Like, I don't
I'm not
know.
I'm not I'm not gonna defend that. I'm not gonna defend that comment because like
I
that
don't
was
know.
like, whoa, exactly. It was like you're not inspiring confidence here.
Yeah. To a
But
point where I start questioning if he is. Or maybe what you said, maybe they're not explaining this properly because in the end they're not
yeah.
PR, they're devs. And maybe they're really not talking about what we have on PU, but rather what they're doing, like in
Yeah,
their
on their
closed
dev build.
environment, and
And
who knows?
that is the way that I interpreted it the first time
They
through
need to
watching
say
it. I thought he was talking about like in the build where we're tweaking things, it's already feeling good, but it needs to feel better. So maybe it's that. I don't know. Maybe we're reading too much into that comment, but yeah.
sure.
At least they're working on it. But one of the things, and this is something that jumped out at me when I was listening to this, one of the things they didn't talk about at all was the difference in gravity between different worlds.
Maybe
And
they're not. Maybe the vehicles itself, like if the tech is such that it's real gravity, Maybe they just need to set up vehicles for, Stanton gravity, whatever, like Earth gravity.
Yes.
And then
Yes,
it
I
will do
agree.
itself, maybe. Because
Yeah.
in the end, what you said before is like, they shouldn't even focus on this right now. They need to make it work in normal gravity first,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and then think about that. And I agree with
Totally.
that 100%.
Well, and that way too, like so if they design all their vehicle physics for like standard gravity levels, so like 1 Earth G, and it doesn't feel good when you're driving on a moon in low gravity, then it kind of balances itself out, right? Because then you know
That's the
if you
reason,
need
right?
ground vehicles going into a low gravity environment, you don't take these vehicles because they suck in low gravity. You take a gravlev, you know?
We kind of started this conversation before the recording, and then
Yeah.
decided to continue here because the moment you said that, I said no, that's not gonna happen. Not that I don't agree with you, the more that the way the game is being sold, well, designed right now from like the whole ship perspective, ground vehicles perspective, where you have ships like Aquila that comes with a rover that
Yeah,
is made to go and explore obviously moons and stuff that
sure.
yeah, they should not be
Hey,
expected to bring Drake, uh what's the name, Dragonfly with it.
maybe, but first of all, the rover is probably one of the most handleable vehicles in a low gravity environment compared to like the cyclones. But that's where I'm hoping that we see more kind of like HUD information as well. You know, like
Sure.
when you're out in a vehicle, I want to see on the HUD what is the gravity level because that's going to influence how you drive something. Um,
Wait,
but
let what you just said there, that's another thing that bothers me, because they keep pinpointing that like you just said, that rover feels better to drive than any other than cyclone for sure. I would say the best feel for driving is a golf cart, actually.
oh
It
yeah,
just feels good because it's like an RC car, right? Would you
yeah.
expect it? It's like forward backwards on a battery. It works fine. But
Mhm.
then rover feels so much better than cyclone. So much better than cyclone. It's just slow, but it works somewhat properly. If you forget about the fact that if you turn your wheels to the right, your wheel turns to the left and the other way around. I don't know if you've
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that's so
Yeah. You mentioned that.
and and
That's just
then
an oversight.
you
That'll be
listen
fixed.
to this ISC where they constantly bombard us with information that Cyclone is their favorite vehicle, that they invest a lot of time to, and they want it, to be so good, and that's like the worst vehicle that we have on the ground.
I mean,
It's
it's the best
confusing.
if all you want to do is be a hooligan and like
And
you
die.
know, and die and jump off of buildings and
Like if
stuff
you are
like that.
Xylo and you're jumping, yeah, into an 890 jump, sure, you cannot
Yeah.
do that with a rover. By
Yeah.
the way, there was one moment where like there's ballista going very fast and it's like jumping on the,
Yeah.
and I was like,
I was
ooh,
yeah,
that
because
should
that's
not happen.
again, like, that's where I was like, well, that's in a low G environment, right? And that's where like on the HUD, I want to see, like I want to see what the gravity is, and then I want to limit my speed accordingly. I want to be able to control that instead of just like you said, just flying over bumps and literally flying in a
In a
ballista.
ballista,
Like,
which is armed with fucking warheads. You don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
that.
That
Like,
is
come on,
that is the
bro.
last thing I want to be
Yeah,
jumping.
yeah.
But you know what else I want to see? And this is something they also didn't really touch on. I want to see more Gravlev vehicles. And I know that they have said previously that they're not satisfied with where Gravlev is, but I want more variety in that because again, like if it comes to a situation where I know I'm going to a low gravity environment, like why can't I have a Gravlev rover or a Gravlev tank or like and I'm sure they probably
Especially
are
if
doing that,
gravlevs
but
are going to be able to levitate over the water surfaces. Like,
yeah, yeah.
then we need
Well, and
gravlev
it just
fishing
makes it
fishing
makes so
men.
much more sense in a low G environment, right? Because like in a wheeled vehicle, if you're going above a certain speed, you're going to be catching air in low G. That doesn't matter in Gravlev. you know, like you're not catching air. You're always kind of like in control because it just makes so much more sense.
Well, I don't know if it should or shouldn't, but I can tell you right now, I used to. My first purchase within the game was Nox,
Mhm.
and I drove it or
Yeah, the
levitated it
Nox is a mess right
all over the
now.
place. Sure, but if you slow like you have a speed limiter, so if you speed limit, you can enjoy the Nox until you
Yeah.
explode. However, there
Do you
was
know
a big
why?
difference between driving it on Hurston and Delamar, for example. When
Yeah. Do
Delamar,
you
you
know
go up
why?
here, you just like almost you can almost take off.
It's
Like,
because Gravlev videos right or vehicles right now are actually on wheels. They're
eh,
just invisible.
oh really?
Hmm.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, they're on basically like the Gravlev system is basically a spring system.
Wait,
Um,
how? But we can like when you hold space, you actually ignore the rocks and everything. It works.
yeah,
So I don't know.
maybe wheel is not the right thing, but there's actually a video. It's an old video. I bet you it's in Darge's thing.
Maybe they changed
Um,
it though.
I don't think they have because they haven't really done any Gravlev work since that video, and they talk about basically how the physics behind it works, and that Gravlev video when it or vehicle when it's hugging the ground is actually still reading off of the ground for like how it you know, for how it behaves. So if you leave the ground, like if you jump off of something, you know, like it's you have no control on that Gravlev platform because it is off the ground.
Oh,
Um,
but what I'm saying is
and it
that
was
they were
something they
definitely
changed
affected.
because they used to be something where you could transition from hover to flight. So like if you took a big jump on a dragonfly, you went into like flight mode basically, and you're basically flying a ship.
That would be
Um,
cool.
yeah,
But
I
not
thought it was
everything
cool,
should
but they
have it
decided they
though.
didn't want that. So because then you could essentially just break atmosphere in a dragonfly. But
Well, why wouldn't you be able to do that?
any well, the way they have talked about Gravlev, if I'm not mistaken, is that you know, like that you have to be closer to the ground in order to get that like Gravlev repulsor field to actually work. It doesn't
Okay,
work
so
when you're further away from the surface or something. I don't know. It's like I said, it's been a long time since they've talked about Gravlev, and I think that Gravlev is just kind of in a place right now where they're just like, you know what, it sort of works. We'll come back to it
we'll
later when
deal
we
with it.
have
Yeah.
time to, yeah. But
Um.
yeah. Anyways,
Okay. So the next thing that they showed on ISC is the new preparation for the new Cyclone with missiles and gun, and I want to hear how you feel about this.
eh, I don't care.
So this vehicle is so useless in my opinion
Yeah,
for
all
so many
vehicles are so
reasons. Like,
useless in my opinion.
no, I don't think so. But this, well, I like them so. But
Yep.
this one, for me, like it makes no sense because the first thing that people think about it probably will be something like Damarelli or but this will be banned immediately. Like, there's no way you can have this. And the reason why is, and I was showing this on my stream, like take any cyclone and come with the ship with size 1 missile and lock on cyclone, fire the missile, cyclone is dead.
Yeah.
So if you have a vehicle that can just one shot another vehicle with the homing missile, that cannot be part of the rally. Like that, there's an immediate ban on it. So what the fuck do you do
Well,
with this? Maybe
so is the
theaters of war.
AA? Can the AA version lock on ground targets? Because the missiles are
No,
already in the game.
I don't think it can.
Hmm.
But then again, like maybe for theaters of war and
Most of the chatter I've seen around this vehicle has been like people being like, "Well, what's the point?" It's like, you know, like it makes the AA and the TR obsolete. Like if you have both of that on
true,
one
it's true.
vehicle, like what's the
But
point of
then
a TR
maybe it's not the
or
same.
an AA?
Maybe it's not the same missile rack. Because we
Yeah,
have missiles and we have rockets. Don't forget about that.
yeah. Well,
So who
ultimately,
knows?
like where I'm at with it is like, who cares? Basically, right now,
I'll tell you why. Okay, sure.
like,
Let's go on, and then I'm
um,
gonna continue. So this was the ISC where they were explaining how they are working on this vehicle, which I agree with you
mm,
is like, eh. It was like setting the expectations for a new vehicle, which will come at some point, right?
mhm.
And then the day later, it was in the store, and that was very weird. You know, it's in the store, right?
Yeah,
So because the way they were talking about, like, once this is developed and we are working on this, and here it is. It was kind of strange. I
do you
also
think they like filmed that ISC like a while ago?
I don't know. It was just like strange setup.
No,
I don't
because I
know.
guess they do it live. It couldn't. Or wait,
No,
no,
no, no. SCL is live. IC
I
is
keep mixing them up.
yeah. Um. Anyways, so what I'm talking about is Fortuna. So let's just kick that out as well. So the day after IC, we had a really nice video about the new Fortuna pack, which is like the video itself was nice. It was
Sure.
obviously made with Xylo because who else is going to like drive a fucking
Yeah.
cyclone from the mountain into an 890 jump, which has effect. I had some people who are not playing Star Citizen in my chat when I was watching this live, and the guy was like, "Wait, did he actually Sin? Hi Sin, if you're listening. Did he actually land a vehicle into the ship like that?" And I'm like, yeah. And people are like losing their minds about this. It's kind of cool, but there's a problem for me. So MSR skin paint. Well, you might like it or not. It doesn't really matter. That's like
I
11
got it.
bucks, and yeah, and that's cool. I'm always up for this.
I broke my own rule though, because you remember how I was saying like I don't like skins that are just basically a tint.
Yeah, but
Like,
this green is really good.
yeah, yeah, but it's still just basically a green paint. Like there's nothing special about the skin, and I don't agree with paying for stuff that is literally just something you could do in a hex editor.
Well, again,
And
you're not paying for that.
yeah,
Actually, you're
yeah.
paying for development, right? And you're getting the skin.
Yes, well, exactly, right? And that's kind of where I was like, you know what? Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this 11 bucks in.
Melt it later and add to another ship with
Exactly.
LTI,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. So like right now, it's basically so for now I get to fly around in a cool green MSR, and then later on
Yeah,
I'll
in
melt
6
it
months
when we get to actually.
it's gonna be the only green MSR because like you remember like when Phoenix was last year, like the Emerald Phoenix was around,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden like for that month you have like so many Emerald Phoenixes, and now when Orchid is flying his, there's no one else.
Yeah.
People are asking like, hey, what is that?
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. And to be honest, I always talk about how I don't
Probably
like
because they're like,
subscription.
what is that? What is that? Constellation? I don't recognize that
Yeah.
ship.
First is Phoenix, it has windows and all that, and then it's
Yeah.
green, and you're like, wait,
That's
what?
another thing. Who has a Phoenix these days?
I want the Phoenix. I'd rather have Phoenix than MSR 10 out of 10 times.
That's just me. You get to hate on Drake. I get to hate on constellations.
Connie's love. It's maybe a step too far, but
Yeah.
okay, so I don't like subscription model because I don't feel like it gives you anything, and I'm always more of like I'd rather pay $10 to add to my account. And
Yeah.
I think if they had skins that are like $5 to $10, and you know, I'd buy skin a month, maybe, you know,
Yeah.
to support the
Yeah.
project rather. So this is cool. However, Cyclone is as expensive standalone Warbond as an arrow. As an arrow.
This is why are you buying vehicles with real money? Don't do it. Stop it.
$75.
It's ridiculous. Do you know how much that thing is going to cost in game?
46.
60 grand, maybe.
No, the regular one is like RC is 26. So this can be like 40, 50.
I was being generous there because it's got missiles and a gun on it.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Like missiles are more expensive than
Yeah. Like why like literally like two low end bounty missions and you got yourself a Cyclone. Why the
I'll tell you
fuck
why,
would you
though.
spend $70 on that?
They're like this is again marketing team doing their thing, which I cannot agree with, but it is what it is, and I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this again. But predatory, brother, it is
But
because it's
that
an LTI token. That's what it
yeah.
is, man. It's and the
In that
LTI
case,
token is very expensive.
you know what? Yes, and in this case, I would agree with you in that like the whole LTI thing
Not be a thing
definitely
anymore.
is one of the more like predatory tactics. And when
It's
I
like FOMO
you
through
know
the
what? No,
roof.
yeah, like exactly. Like I was gonna say, like, well, maybe predatory is too far, but no, like the whole FOMO thing and capitalizing off of LTI, you know, when the developers have been forthright about the fact that insurance means nothing, and yet the community has assigned a value to LTI, and the marketing team is just happy to run with that, you know?
Yep.
Anyways, so yes, it is an LTI token, but my god, like $75 for a vehicle that you'll be able to buy for like 50 grand in game. Come
I am
on.
disappointed. Um, unless they make it different in a game, maybe where it's like different color, you know. But again, um, after
I
I
guess
was so excited, and I said this, but people forget, right? When we had promotion for referral code where you get for $40, both people get
yeah,
an LTI.
Merlin.
What was it? Dragonfly?
It was a Merlin, wasn't it?
No, no.
Oh,
Well, it was a Merlin as well. That was even cheaper. It was like $25.
yeah.
And you know what? No, and Dragonfly was for free. Well, it's not free,
Yeah, that's
obviously.
right.
Someone
Right, yeah, yeah. Because you
but
buy the starter pack and then you get the
yes.
dragonfly.
And
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? Kudos for this. This is how things should work. Like you bring new accounts to the game, regardless if these are alt accounts,
Yeah.
because whatever, or new people. I that week I brought a lot of people because I got one for myself, and then I was like, you know what? If someone else joins, let's give someone else a dragonfly on a roll,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's beautiful because it then you feel like, I mean, again, these are JPEGs or whatever, but you feel like you have value there. Like you really
Yeah.
feel like you have
Well,
extra value.
that's the thing. And this is just like real life. Value is subjective.
It gives you good feels, and
Um,
that's very important.
yeah. You know, so if somebody has value to this JPEG that
It's
CIG has
fair.
said has like a $40 value or whatever, then sure, it has
Yeah,
value. You know,
I'm
like
not judging spending money on SC.
yeah,
It's
totally.
just like how they do it is sometimes disappointing to me, but it is what it
Yes.
is.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so then what else was
Sorry,
in?
I'm gonna go back one thing again and to say like
Sure.
I still do feel again to double down on the whole like quote unquote predatory thing. Like there are people who buy these vehicles and don't use them as tokens. They actually keep them. And like
Yeah, they don't play the game, man. They don't play the game.
well, that's it. And that's what I think that's where I think the predatory aspect comes in. Because if you're not playing the game and you just go, oh sweet, I want this sweet Jeep or whatever, and you
Yeah.
don't know that you could literally step in game in like 2 missions and you have one, you know, that's where I feel like
And they know the majority of people are not playing the game, so
totally, and that's where I feel like there's a bit of predatory, you know, and
we're
at least
we're gonna
to be
get
fair,
canceled, brother. Like now, both of us saying this, we're
yeah,
gone.
Parker, I hear you frantically typing in the comments right now. Just let us have this one. Anyways, yeah, and I mean, okay, I guess to be fair, like you said, it doesn't have to stay as that vehicle. You know, like it's not like you bought it, haha, sucker. You're stuck with it. Like they can turn it into something else if they start playing the game and realize, wait a second, you know, I could have a second one of these in like less than an hour.
Yeah, you can always melt
But
and all that. Yeah.
but still, it does feel a bit slimy to be charging that much for something that is nowhere close to like that amount of value in game.
I mean, I can go on that FOMO/predatory a lot. Like just
Yeah.
what happened with the naming, where people who bought Karak and then upgraded the fucking one color skin, not being able to name their ship because of that, because they've spent more. I mean, it like, even I don't care about naming ships, right? I don't.
Yeah, well,
like,
that's kind of why I was like rolling my eyes there, because like I just
bro. Then it's personal. Like, you are punishing me for me giving you more money the way you told me to do it,
yes,
and I
yeah,
don't care about naming ships. But fuck you. That's the problem. That's the problem. Like,
MCAS,
why am I
yeah.
being punished?
It was poorly thought out for sure, but yeah, and I guess there's no way around it too. Like even if you
No.
put in a ticket and was like, "What the hell? Like I paid extra money and they're penalizing me."
Yeah.
But like if somebody's already got your name, then somebody's already got your name, and you're shit out of luck. Like you can file all the tickets you want, but
True.
like you're not getting that name now. Like somebody else got it, sucker.
They should just, like, when they figure out that's happening, just stop naming immediately. Figure out this issue,
Wow,
continue naming. Come on.
this
Is
this
it
is a
that
pretty
important?
this is pretty like this is a pretty obvious thing, right? Like if you're rolling out ship naming, you have to know what like that the
Oh,
people
they think
who
they know it.
applied skins or something like that, like they should have it basically like it's not a big logical leap there, you know what I mean? Like, and it should have been something they caught before they rolled out and started letting
I
people name.
agree. I agree. But then, okay, you made a mistake, and then you were like,
Yeah. Well, again, like because that's another one of the situation. I understand from their perspective there. Like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you stopped naming or if you rolled back naming, you'd get just as much, probably
don't roll
more.
back. Just stop it. Just stop it. Fixed.
That doesn't help
It's
the
like a hot
person.
fix.
That doesn't help the person who didn't get the name they wanted because they spent $20 on a stupid white skin.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just
anyways,
whatever.
anyways, yeah.
Um, are we done with IC?
Yes, because the next bit basically is just monthly report stuff
All
for
right.
me.
Wait, this trespassing
Oh wait,
zones? That's
well,
that was not
well,
there.
there was more stuff about player habs. Which
Yeah.
the only thing I want to say there is that they
Wait.
officially mentioned.
Wait.
Hey,
Why
go.
is a chick standing above a toilet like she's pissing like a duder?
Wait, what?
in that
What are we talking
video.
about?
In that, when they're going through the hub and they enter the toilet, there's a
Oh,
female model.
I did not pay attention to that.
standing above. I pay attention to details of the photographer.
Yeah.
I don't mind though. I mean, if she likes to do that, that's her shit.
Well, there's equipment for that too.
Oh, there you
Any
go.
festival
Okay.
goer, knows.
Oh, I don't. We'll see. I don't go to festivals. I guess. Anyways, sorry about
Fuck.
that.
Oh, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the only thing I wanted to mention was that they officially said now they've clarified that the stuff you're seeing with the colonial outposts is going to be NPC first, and then player later on.
Yep.
Which I think we all knew, but there were definitely some people who were treating the whole like rollout of colonial style outposts and stuff as oh my god, we're getting outposts, and it's like, I mean, you are, but it's not going to be you.
Oh, okay. I
It's
thought you
for
were gonna say something
NPCs
else.
first. No,
because it was kind of
that's
vague.
all.
I was ready for them to say that that's not gonna be a thing potentially, but now they
What, for
confirmed it.
players?
Yeah, player.
No.
Housing like
No, they said specifically it like the work they're doing right now is for NPC settlements. And
no, I know.
And yeah,
What I'm saying,
forward,
before they confirmed it firmly like this, I was like, you know what? It's been a while. Maybe they say like we're gonna do this only for the NPCs. I don't know, but
no.
Speaking of which,
Yeah.
there was a really nice screenshot on Twitter. Someone made it's so nice. Someone found one of those Rayari outposts or whatever in the green like lush forest, and they're like, the name of the tweet and the screenshot is me in my like summer house. There's an MSR open in the background and like two vehicles parked next to a house. It looks so good. It looks so natural. Like someone went for a weekend to the to the woods or whatever. It's so good. and that just gives you like, I don't really care about screenshots that much, but like I watched that and I was like, man, it's gonna be nice when we get housing, like and stuff like that.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, especially with physicalized inventories and stuff like on the horizon, you need somewhere to drop all your shit.
They did
You
that
know,
as well. And that's where I got, so I see as well there was lightning inside the hubs.
oh, lighting, yeah.
And I was like, oh,
There was also lightning in space.
true, yeah. But like I was like, maybe they're gonna allow us to have like persistence in the hub. And I'm excited about that. I like housing in games. I don't know why, but
No, that's legit. I'm playing Valheim. That's
yeah.
that's what you do.
And then they didn't. The stuff they did, I hope they implement that lamp as soon as possible so that I can bring it into Constellation because she needs internal lights.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
please.
Well,
Yeah.
last week they talked about being able to control things like doors and stuff like that from your personal interaction menu, like remotely.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they throw lighting in there too.
I hope so, but I don't like that idea. Like in general, like using
What,
inner
being able to
thought
turn on
system to
lights?
turn on the lights. What am I? What is it like? Am I a psychic to like a machine or what the hell?
Oh,
Just had a fucking
I don't
switch at
know.
the entrance that can turn on different kinds of lights in the
Yeah, but
whole
the way
ship.
I see the inner thought thing is like you know, like I don't have to open my laptop to turn on my power systems downstairs in my TV room. I just like flick open an app on my phone, push on, and stuff turns on, right? So that's how
Yeah,
I
but when
see
you
the
enter
inter the
your
inner thought
apartment,
stuff.
when you enter your apartment, turn on the lights. It's like that simple.
True. Yeah, but like for example, if I have all my plugs for my TV and stuff like that on like smart switches and stuff, so like
Well,
literally as I'm
excuse
coming
me, Canadian standards.
well,
Uh,
whatever. As I'm walking downstairs, I can literally just like flick open the app and turn on the TV before I
sh-
get downstairs.
sure,
And
give me
that's
the
the thing
inner
I can do
thought
now.
stuff for lights on Origin ships, not on Drake ones. I'm sorry.
All right, fine, sure. You have to install that aftermarket if you want it on Drake.
And it might or might not work. Imagine you'd use it and like light starts flickering, or like doesn't turn on in
Yeah,
like 2 rooms or whatever. Okay,
fine. Yeah, sure, fine. I'm okay with that. But like, yeah. Anyways, how did we get onto this topic? This was
it's
light,
lights that
right?
it was
Light.
in the IC,
Yeah, I
and then you
see. Yeah,
liked the lightning at the end of it. You want to touch on it,
yeah.
or I'm not too excited
I
about it,
just
but
like
it's cool.
I like VFX and lightning and something like that is potentially something that you would see happening in dust clouds and stuff like that. Because if you have ionized particles that are building up charges in certain areas, and then other areas that are having eventually you're going to have like an exchange of electrons. So
Oh,
lightning
I think
essentially.
it's really cool that it will exist and the
Yeah.
way they're developing it. I'm just like, it's not that mind blowing. It's one of those things that
No,
builds
it's
up the
not
atmosphere. It's important, but
exactly. Yeah, I don't think it's mind blowing. It's just like, oh, that's cool. I hope we see more of that like around space, just so that it's more interesting when you're flying around.
well, sure.
And it's
But
cool that
I
there
had
was
a
a
lot of
dev just
people.
literally doodling during
Yeah,
during a meeting.
yeah. I had a lot of people coming to me and being like, "Oh, did you see that lightning?" I was like, hmm, "Yes."
Well, that's something where I don't get why people would be mind blown about that. I mean, watch the Squadron 42 trailer. There's lightning in that. In fact, it's striking a Bengal and causing a fire. Like, you know,
Yeah, they did
like
mention that,
we've
right?
known it's coming.
That the lightning will have like damaging effects and whatnot.
Probably.
That's cool.
I
Um,
I I I don't think they said it in ISC,
maybe it's
but I
something.
imagine it will.
All right. Well, now,
Monthly report.
yeah,
Whew.
that's you. Like yeah, I'm just gonna follow you on this.
Well, I still have to read it, but I've watched like 3 different content creators summaries of the monthly report, and man, there is some cool stuff in that monthly report. Um, Couple things, well, a lot of things, and I'm just gonna skip kind of all over the map, but like ones that jumped out to me. Reworking trespassing zones to allow for basically you to avoid trespassing fines if you're able to avoid detection. Yes,
Oh, like the
cool.
old commando system, or like, did you play Commandos or
No,
Desperados? You don't play these games? Oh my god! So it's
no.
like a you need to. Okay, like I mean, it's like 15 years old game, but like you have your crew and you it's like like RTS. So you click on
Mhm.
your green beret and you tell him to go like click and he goes like in the out like from point A to point B. And then you have like Germans like walking around and you see their eyesight, like where they're seeing.
Oh
So you
yeah,
have
yeah,
to like
yeah.
sneak around to not trigger alarms or traps or
Mhm.
whatever. You did not
Um,
play Commandos, no.
no, no. I
That's
have no
such a good
idea what the
game.
game is. But anyways, yeah. So they've talked about like how if you're properly stealthed as your ship or whatever, when you're like coming into like approach one of these outposts, like you can avoid um, that trespassing fine. And then like for example, if you remember how you were talking about how there's that delivery mission where like with no
Yes,
explanation takes you into a trespassing zone. Well, not saying that's a good idea still for a delivery mission, but
it
like in
is,
theory,
but for
in theory,
unlawful one.
exactly, yeah. Like if you stealthed in there, like landed and then like kind of like stealthily brought your delivery
Yeah.
in or whatever,
No, for
that's
unlawful one, that's amazing. I want it. But for a
then you get
lawful
to
one,
avoid those
no.
trespassing.
Did you
And
know that
that
Cyclone actually has like stealth switch on?
makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe you can land a little bit further away and then sit in
Yeah.
your ground vehicle, turn on stealth, it goes
You know
slower
what
or whatever. That'd be cool.
this whole thing looks like that whole addition to me looks like making the smuggling gameplay actually more fun. Like
Sure.
imagine if you actually had to smuggle that illegal cargo into some place
Yeah.
where you're not supposed to or get it out of some place where you're not supposed to, like thievery missions, actually having to like infiltrate a base, steal something and get out without being detected. That's awesome.
I
Like
yeah,
that's like
I
like
agree.
that's
I
what
agree. I
we
agree.
essentially what we saw in the 2019 Citizen Con, that mission where they had to like get into the facility and get out, except for like it obviously stealth wasn't working in that demo and it was really stupid and lame. But like if that was like a real style of mission or something that they could do with this kind of improved trespassing zone and stuff like that, that's cool, man. Like that has a lot of potential to make for some interesting gameplay.
So to
Um,
to make another parallel with Commandos, like so that's the zone where you can't get in, but it's guarded. So you throw like a coin or whistle, and then the guard comes to you. You kill him, take his clothes,
yeah,
hide the body because someone else
yeah,
see him. Yeah, and then
which
you
we
go
can
in.
do because we have body dragging
Yeah,
now.
and there
Yeah,
you go. Like, and that's really cool gameplay. Like, of course, it's like Assassin's Creed or whatever. Like it's
yeah,
been done before, and it
totally.
feels
But it's
good when
not
you
here.
play it. It feels good. So why not?
Oh, totally. Yeah,
I don't like
and
Assassin's Creed,
absolutely.
but
Like
yeah,
I want that. I want that in the game. I think that
yeah,
would be awesome.
I agree.
So that was cool to see. It's something that they're working on a monthly report. And obviously, what we're talking about is like kind of more final renditions of it. As right now, it's just basically being able to get into trespassing zones without getting a criminal charge. But okay, go. I can tell you got something burning.
You are flying a hammerhead,
Hmm.
and you have 4 crew members and 6 NPC crew members.
Okay,
I dress up exactly as one of
like
your
an NPC.
NPC crew members and sneak into your ship. Bruh! That just feels good. That's why we don't
Yeah.
we cannot have like the names, the nameplates or whatever. That'd be oh
Um,
man.
well, and let's see. But well, we'll see. We'll see how far that goes because also, like, if somebody scanned you, they'd probably be
Well,
able to
why would you
see who you
scan
are.
me? It's one of
Or
your crew
here's the other
members.
thing: when somebody goes to issue an order to you as an NPC, and they realize that you don't have an NPC order menu, the gig is up, man.
But it's too
You've been
late.
made.
I'm just gonna stand on the chair with like my well, I don't have
Just
space here.
T-pose, yeah.
It's not
Yeah, they'll
me.
just think you're bugged out. They'll
The
be
other
like,
guy.
this NPC we
Yeah.
hired is bugged out.
They should be
God
like
damn
if
it.
they have like a certain glitch when the NPCs are moving, then you can use that as a You know, you have like a special skill to glitch his NPC.
I want a T-pose emote, and I know people have said this
Oh, they're
before,
gonna
but
do it.
like if anybody CIG is listening, I want a T-pose emote.
Oh, they're gonna do it 100%. When you saw
Like let's
Jared
lean into the meme.
starting like IC or SC live, standing on his own chair with like,
Yeah.
they're gonna
Yeah.
do it, man. I just want to say, Destiny 2, the emote system is so good and so simple. Like you're using your arrow key, so you have like a bunch of emotes, but you can bind 4 of them on your arrow keys on the keyboard, which you're not using for anything. And
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
this is the first game ever when I'm actually using emotes. Because it's like I know my left click is salute and that's it, you know?
Yeah.
It's such a, I don't have to like, oh my god, it's so good. Sorry.
No, that's cool. Another thing that I thought was really cool that they talked about in the monthly report was talking about how they're doing thruster wind and dust effects for individual thrusters, and depending on like if they're in VTOL mode or whatever. So like right now when you get close to the ground, you just get that kind of dust effect.
Which does not
Well,
ever
now it's
come
going to
from
be,
thrusters, by the way. It
yeah, I
comes from the
know.
middle
Like
of the
now
ship.
now it's going to. It's going to actually like show based off of where your thrusters are, and if your thrusters are damaged or whatever, you know, like that wind profile and the
so
wind
cool.
effects is going to be different. Like they already kind of have that in game with the whole, like if you're standing behind a ship, when it takes off, you get blown over.
Yeah.
And it's basically just them riffing on that, which is awesome.
That's amazing.
That's so
I
cool.
love that. Yeah. The way it is now, it pisses me off. Like I always turn off
Yeah,
engines
well,
when
it's
I'm
just a
getting out
placeholder.
because it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's just a placeholder.
Yeah.
You know what bugs me even more? If you don't turn off your engines before you power off the ship, that dust effect is still going.
Yes. Yeah.
That drives me crazy.
But why? I mean, you can have your engines on and your power off.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
If your power's off, everything's off.
No,
your
so,
power
okay,
plant's off.
so test this, okay? Go into your ship and turn on the engines first. And then turn on the power, the engines will be running. I know because I'm playing with voice attack now and I'm playing with this and it works.
I've
I don't-
noticed that the animation looks like the engines maybe are still on.
No,
but
they're
you
on.
can't.
Like I'm
Really?
checking ER and whatever, like the
'Cause
levels.
my ship definitely does not move when the power is off.
No. Okay. So these are different things. Okay, so if you land and you power off everything, so engines and then power, your shields go down, your signature goes down,
Yeah,
blah, blah, right? So this is why you want to have this separate in the first place. So when I am doing a delivery mission, when I land, I turn off the engines, but I keep my power so that the shields stay, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, that's standard.
Okay, so now the other way around, if I would, this totally did not happen unintentionally to me. I thought I turned off the engines, but instead I've turned off the power. And I went out of my ship and I turned around and it's like that effect. And I'm like,
Yeah.
so I went back and then I turned on the power, but the engines were actually working. Now you can't fly without power, but the engines are working. They're not off. So
Okay,
they're like
so the system,
different.
The systems aren't like plugged in basically the way that they're supposed to be.
Either that or, I mean, technically when you spark your truck, right? When you power it on, if you could turn off the electricity in it, the engine would still be running, right?
Mm-mm.
No?
You wouldn't get any spark. It would run for a bit, like just from like pressure and like turning it over. But like what you will notice, especially in diesel, because diesel combustion is based off of pressure. So like if I have my truck running and I turn the ignition off really quick and then turn it back on, like a second later,
that's
it'll
different
keep going.
though. That's, you're talking about like turning your key or whatever, like actually turning off the truck. What I'm saying is, if you could just like cut off the electricity from the truck. So let's say you turn on the truck and you disable the battery. Because I'm pretty sure on a Yugo, which is full on mechanical, though there's no
maybe that's probably why. See, like on my truck or whatever,
right? Of course, he doesn't want you to do that, right?
No fuel pump, no water pump,
exactly,
like all that is.
But if all is mechanical, I can't remember now because I haven't had a Yugo in a while.
If it's carbureted,
Yes, it is.
Maybe, but you still wouldn't be getting any spark, and then
What do you need the spark for?
the spark's what ignites the fuel, makes the boom, which turns your engine over.
So once you turn your engine on,
No spark, or once
you
you turn your engine on,
you don't need
basically,
spark
it's
anymore.
you do
Oh, you do?
because yeah, every time it's pushing fuel into that cylinder and then compressing it, it's the spark that ignites it and gets it to push back. Except in like a diesel engine, which, like I said, is based off of just engine pressure. Um,
It does
but
have
like
an
for
old carburetor which fills with
yeah,
fuel, and I don't know. It doesn't
but
matter. Like this is way off, but
yeah. But if your alternator dies, for example, on your car and you're driving, your car will eventually stop when the
it
battery
will.
stops being able to give you the spark that the fuel needs to turn over. So yeah. But at any rate, you know what? Like I think what'll fix this in Star Citizen anyways is when they put in the power piping properly.
Hmm.
um because like the way it is right now, it's there is no actual piping that's transmitting power around. Like
Yeah,
there's
just
it's that
gamified.
relay system, yeah, like the relay system they've talked about. So when that's in, if you cut power to your power plant or whatever, and that power is no longer feeding energy back to your engines should turn off too. It's just right now I guess they're not plugged in
So
together.
why are
Hmm.
we not having nuclear powered ships?
We do. They're fusion power. Well, actually, we technically don't know. I don't think they've actually said whether or not they're fusion powered. I think it's just kind of assumed that your power plant is a fusion power plant.
So why are we wasting so much fuel?
Because the fuel is not for the power plant. The fuel is for the engines themselves, because the engines are basically utilizing that gas, ionizing it, and then firing it out the thruster nozzles at very high velocities
Okay,
in a plasma form. Basically, so you're literally firing the fuel out of your thrusters.
but isn't that like nowadays you have ships? Me and my ships, I know, but like we were playing a game with ships. We have ships that have to refuel once every 10 years
What are we
because
talking about?
we're
Are
talking
we
about
talking about?
nuclear powered aircraft
Yeah,
carriers, nuclear
yeah.
powered
That's
icebreakers,
different though, right?
submarines. Why?
Like they're
Why?
not, because they're using, basically what they're doing is they're using that nuclear power generator to generate electricity and then running like the props and stuff like that either off of electrical motors. Yeah, no, it is actually just electrical motors.
Oh,
So that's, so they're basically just turning a propeller via electricity, and in that case, yeah, those ships can go forever because they're just using nuclear fuel to generate electricity, and that electricity is doing all the work around the ship. Um, it's different in this case because, like I said, your thrusters are literally firing ionized fuel out the back, really high velocity. Like it's a rocket versus like a propeller.
yeah, I see. But propeller will work,
Not out in space, it wouldn't.
wouldn't?
No, a propeller requires like a medium, like an atmosphere, in order
Ah,
to
okay.
like push stuff behind, like
So we need
push air from the front over wings and then out the back, kind of a thing.
the semi-nuclear powered like Prius. So basically, in atmosphere you can fly
Yeah.
without fuel, and that should have been Nomad.
Well,
Honestly, as in like Tesla, you know,
in theory, for example, like your constellation and your auroras with the actual fans that are spinning,
to keep
those
you
in
afloat.
theory should be able to go for as long as your reactor actually has fuel. Um,
Okay.
but you wouldn't be able to run the main engines because those are a rocket, and they require matter
Burn.
to turn into plasma and then accelerate out the back, because
Okay.
that's just physics, right?
It's really good
For
that
every
we're
action.
not tangenting ever. Like I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. We're definitely focused, and we definitely haven't been going for, how long have we been going for
Hour and
now?
15 minutes. It's not that
An
bad.
hour and a half, and we're definitely out of the first section.
Yeah, but today the first session will be most of the show.
That's true. The first section.
We knew
Like I
that.
said, so much news.
All right.
Um, Next thing that I thought was awesome, but this is because I'm a nerd, that they talked about is different star systems. So different stars will actually emit different levels of light. There'll be different intensities. So, for example, Stanton's star is closer to the sun. It was a G type dwarf main sequence. And it's like a, like that bright kind of like yellow white light. But Pyro is much dimmer. And they mentioned in this monthly report that is something that they are working on for other star systems. So star systems with stars that are dimmer and have a different color temperature of light they'll actually look like that when you're in that space. So planets will be not as brightly lit even when they're in full daylight and stuff like that. And I didn't think they were going to do that. I thought they were going to cheese it, and they probably will still cheese
I
it a
think
little
they
bit
will.
because like red dwarfs, yeah, there's not a lot of visible light coming out of those things. So like in Pyro, you'd be basically like constantly at like sunset levels of light, and less when you get out further from the star because they're
Yeah.
very, very dim. But
I think
the
they're gonna
fact that they
roll it and be
are,
like, oof. Unless they
we'll
can
see.
make an atmosphere just different, like feel different, but you can actually see stuff. Like in Red Dead, like so the daylight is beautiful, like the graphics in that game just mind blowing. And so daylight, especially if it's not raining, like if it's a sunny day and all that, it's stunningly beautiful. And then at the sunset, it becomes like much dimmer, and then as the sun goes down, it's almost invisible. But then as the moon comes up, if it's a bright day, I mean, if there's no clouds and all that, once the moon is up, holy shit, it's you can feel it's nighttime, but you can
Yeah.
see everything, and it feels really good. So there are ways to cheat this kind of, right, but to still give it that idea of, oh shit, okay, I'm in Pyro, it's dimmer, but you can still see everything, kind of.
This is a phenomenon, though, that you wouldn't notice, for example, on Hurston. Look up the sky. Look at those moons. They are tiny.
I know.
You're not going to get the same levels of light off them.
But
Which
then
actually,
the thing is gamifying it again. Like it needs to be fun.
you know what I think they should do? This is probably an unpopular opinion. They should move all the moons closer and reduce
Yes.
quantum travel speed.
You have no idea. I thought about this like a few days ago when I was playing at night, and I was so tired of being like 3 hours in constantly on the dark side, and I'm looking at these moons, and I literally said on my stream like, how is it possible that this fucking moon is not reflecting any light?
Well, okay, but this is another thing I was going to say. It is technically realistic because
Sure.
Earth is weird insofar as our moon is much bigger than most moons of our planet size. And the only reason that we have our moon at that size is because when Earth was forming, a planet that was about the size of Mars smashed into Earth and blew a big chunk off.
Also, Earth is flat. Moon is just a mirror.
Right.
And
the moon isn't real.
It's a mirror. It just reflects the sun. So
yeah.
Fuck.
We're joking. If anybody's watching this, we are not serious.
I actually have flat earthers in my stream, like a couple of people.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And they're watching a space game?
Yeah.
What?
They watch my stream. They're not playing.
You don't believe in space or something. Anyways. It's ridiculous. Space is just a NASA conspiracy. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, but this is a game.
And if you're a flat earther, I don't even care if you're nice. You're dumb. Anyways.
I'm not.
Yeah. What was I saying? Right. Different intensities of stars, moon reflections, stuff like that. I guess we'll see. I'm curious if they do end up changing moon distances or moon sizes at all. They might not, and we might just, or maybe it's just that they do exist, but we'll only see them in different star systems where you actually have
Mm.
moons that are, like appropriate size and distance enough to actually reflect stellar light. But it would be cool. Um, but and I think you're right too. Like with pyro and like as far as like how dim the light is over there, I think they probably will gamify it a little bit. They'll bring it a little bit brighter. But it is cool to me to hear that they're thinking
Think
about
about it.
that.
Yeah, no, that's true.
They're thinking about like the color of the star and what kind of lighting that would do
Mm.
in different, because like let's be honest here too, like even if all you're doing is changing the lighting in a star system, even if you're reusing aspects, even just changing the lighting could completely change the feel of
The
a
feel,
planet.
yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
100%.
And you see that a little bit when you go down to like gassy, smoggy planets like Ariel or whatever, and everything's kind of like dusty yellow color. Like it goes a long way to making an environment seem alien. And yeah,
Even
like I should have,
especially at some points where it becomes bluish dust lately,
yeah,
which is a really nice touch. Even I have some screenshots like between green and blue, and like,
yeah,
ooh, look at this.
yeah, man.
Good.
For sure. And then you throw, like I said, you throw the different colors of starlight in there too, and you could end up with some really cool environments.
Mm.
And I thought that they probably weren't going to do this after we had kind of a conversation about it. I was like, you're right, they're probably just going to game it. But but I'm glad that I was proven wrong, and I'm glad that they're holding to it because actually, if you go into the star map, I think it's in the star map. It could be in the Galactic Encyclopedia or whatever, Galactopedia. They actually show on a star to star basis. They have like a color tone, like 4,000K, 10,000K, like in Kelvin, right? Like,
Oh, in lore, it's gonna be there because
yeah,
Harry. So there's no doubt.
yeah, yeah.
But,
She's such a space nerd, and I
yeah.
love it.
But it
Um,
doesn't necessarily need to translate to game if it becomes unplayable and
I hope it does. Well, no, frankly, like
if
it
it's done
shouldn't be
properly.
unplayable.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Honestly, we should have low light vision anyways of some sort. Like even if we're flying in pitch black.
Yeah, but just think
there
about like
has
there
to
will
be-
be people who want to live in that system.
So let them if they want to. They're missing out on a lot of the visual amazingness of the game, but like there should be an option for low light vision or something.
Let's see
You
what
know?
happens. But I'm okay with either. Honestly, it's really nice for me to me. It's realized that they are openly talking about how they're thinking about this and uh, um, acknowledging that that's a thing and all that. That's very, very cool. If they
Yeah.
put in the game, great. If they don't, they should at least make it feel like that at least a little bit. You should should realize the difference between Stanton and Pyro.
Well, like just thinking back again to like last CitizenCon when they went through the jump point and like they got to Pyro, like you could tell it was different. It like the gas and the color of the star and stuff.
I don't trust any of that shit because
Well, of course not. But like,
yeah,
but because again, that was just a tech demo, right? It was
not
obviously
even.
a tech
I
demo
think
on
that
rails.
that's like tech demo on rails that is heavily edited. Just like what they're doing right now, that breaks my heart.
No, Chegg, it's raw.
It's raw.
No, I hear you, but the point is like the point I'm getting at is that when you went through that jump point, and because they had the color and everything different, like you could tell you were somewhere different.
Yes,
and that is something that I hope they.
But that has
run
to
with.
happen.
Yeah, because it like, yeah, like you said, like when you come out of that jump point, it should be evident that you are somewhere else.
You know what we need to do is be open to them fucking this up like 10 times.
Yeah.
And I think, or however many times, where just like we're going to talk about this later, but they had another visual pass on Gladius in 313, and people will be pissed off that they're doing Gladius horror, but it's so good to me because they did it and they're like, shit, it's not what we wanted. So, and it's so hard, like, because when you're in closed environment, sitting at your desk and different monitors, different calibration, different so many things, whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. And then you go on streams and you're like, you see the people's reaction to it because again, with all the knowledge that you have in the back of your freaking head, is like you already know too much to visually experience stuff. So once you go to any like 10 streamers and you see like 8 out of 10 were like, this feels like Stanton, then you're like, wait, we fucked up something. Okay, so let's
Yeah.
so I think
Well,
we should let them try and change this as many times as they want and not be
yeah.
pissed off
Well,
about it and all that.
I think that goes to a lot of things, and we're guilty of this too, getting like
100%.
salty about stuff
Of
like
course.
this. But I think ultimately, as a community, we need to be less pitchforky and more realizing that exactly like you said, this is an iterative process. Let them do something and fuck it up, and
But they
then
need to
when
be
it's
more
fucked up,
open
and
about it as well, Maso. Like,
yeah,
in
fair.
IC they have to say, "Ooh, we fucked up." They never say we fucked up. They never say we fucked up.
Yeah, that's
I
another
want that.
thing that I had this conversation with Paul actually, because he's got a marketing background and whatever, and I was kind of expressing how bullshit it is these days that you can't express that you fucked something up because because it's a PR nightmare, and that's just the reality of it,
That's meta
unfortunately.
of
Like,
marketing, and it will change. I promise you, because
mm,
it's been proven so far in the last couple of years that whenever a studio said, "We are sorry, we made a mistake, we apologize, it's
mm.
not what we meant," the community reaction is always mind-blowingly good because no one does it anymore.
I wouldn't say that. I think that like there are definitely situations where that's happened, but then there's also times where I've seen where it's just blown back entirely and everybody's been like, "You guys suck," like, "Of course you screwed up," or whatever, and it's like overall just like opening themselves up to even further flaming. And
You get
yeah.
flamed either way,
Anyways,
so why not say the truth? You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, that's my logic, and I
Yeah.
would love for
I
that to be more of a thing in
Man,
today's
that's
world.
so important to me. Like, just tell me
Yeah.
the truth. But not
Yeah,
everybody's like that,
exactly.
I guess. So we're going way off with this, which is
Eh.
something that we can never,
Yeah, we can't not do that. And frankly, I don't
No, no,
care.
no. I don't mind tangenting. Just this topic is like something that you can't fix it. Like, unfortunately, marketing is on the
Yeah.
rails, and people go to school to learn how to and what should be done, and that affects everything. So there's no
Yeah,
genuine stuff anymore, and
but
that
it's back and
breaks me
forth, right?
for
Like
sure.
that is the meta because up until this point people have reacted X way, and because people react X way, it means that these guys have to adjust their strategy and adjust what they're doing. And it is kind of the back and forth. And maybe you're right.
I
Maybe
know,
it
but
will
how is
eventually
not saying
change.
the truth okay? That's mind blowing.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Anyways, I mean, that's just gonna make me feel bad. It's not CIG. This is nothing to do
no,
with
it's
CIG.
just the climate of the
It's
world
Yeah,
right now.
that's how it is for everything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Um I guess moving on,
Mm-hmm.
narrative teams have talked about how, and I think they mentioned this in, was it an ISC or an SEO? Anyways, it was in the monthly report where they talked about like lore teams and narrative teams are working to be able to have tech built so they can just like hijack screens around the verse
Oh yeah.
and like put little snippets of like alerts or something like that. So if there's like, I just think that's cool because if there's a situation where there's like an event happening, now they have the tools to be able to kind of like more dynamically be like, pirate activity over here, here's a little quick news blurb that goes across the screen or whatever.
News screens, or sorry, screens across the world should be utilized, and
Yeah.
we know they're
Well, and
thinking about it. We even have a
yeah, well,
ship for
no,
that.
beyond that they're thinking about it, now they're actually working on the
Yeah,
tools to actually allow it to be possible, which is cool. I did not expect that
they will
to
keep
be
the game
something they were
alive.
working on. It. Yeah.
Because if you go
And
into the city, sorry, if you go into the city,
okay.
like if you enter, okay, let's take Times Square for example, in New York. Those who live there and those who often visit know exactly which ads are always on top of the buildings because they're physicalized, right? They never change.
Mhm.
But then if you look at Times Square, you have, I don't know, like probably about like 3,000 different
Yeah.
billboards
Yeah.
that change daily and have like different ads. and that gives atmosphere to a physical space. And imagine like that will like, because if there's a Whopper or torpedo burrito ad in Area 18 for a month, and then it changes to I don't know Origin, when you get there you're gonna be like, huh,
Something's different.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's important. Reality. It's important
Well,
because it does give you different. It's a lot. It makes it alive, right?
beyond fidelity, like being able to merge that with the dynamic mission system and stuff like
Mhm.
that is just a cool
Oh, you can
way to kind
utilize
of
it as
like,
well.
yeah, it's a cool way to kind of like to keep the universe feeling alive, and
Eve is
not
using this,
making
by the way,
Eve is. Oh,
forever. So when you go
I had
to
no
the
idea.
jump gates, there's like big billboards, and the highest um criminals, PvP criminals, like with ISK on their bounty on their head,
Mhm.
are on these, or like certain
Interesting.
corporations can buy them and have their,
Oh,
and it's
I
been there,
like
like
that.
Eve
That's
is there
cool.
for that, and it makes it. And even if you're like inside the base, you can see a game uh ads, whatever, for ships, whatever, right? But also you can see like corporations having their own little ads going
That would be
through,
really cool.
and
Yeah,
it's
that would be
really
really
good.
cool if that was like part of the guild system or something like, or the org system.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can. Okay, I don't know if, like, again, throwing back to like the early WoW days. You remember like if you were like creating a guild and like trying to build it from the ground up, like how much time
What I
you
did it in
often spent
classic, man. Even as a
like,
streamer,
yeah,
I had to run
you
around
like,
and get 10 signatures,
yeah,
and then
just being able to like throw an ad up on some billboards,
yeah.
like I'd much rather do that than stand in Ogrimmar and yell, you know,
You,
looking for
you
signatures for new guild.
excuse me, you mean Stormwind or Ironforge?
Or both, all of them, all of the above. I play both sides.
Fuck that. I'm kidding.
Frankly, and like I'm saying this from like a perspective, like a as somebody who's like thoroughly played the storyline on both sides. The Alliance are not the good guys, man.
No, they're not. They're not. They're not. But
um,
Horde are bad guys. Alliance are not the good guys. They're humans. Like, they're pretending to be the good guys, while Horde is bluntly bad guys. But then,
no way,
yes, because they
no way,
invaded the
man.
whole fucking place. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's like when they were like
That's
possessed by demons, man. Like they're not the same horde anymore,
no. That's not true.
and the humans are refusing to acknowledge that. This is a totally
It's
different
not.
story.
I mean, I am a huge lore nerd when it comes to World of Warcraft, and their characters. I've read all the books, and I have most of them physically.
Oh,
And you're
I haven't
very
done that.
wrong. We can talk about that once, but
Okay, I would like to, or maybe I
sure.
should just read the books. But
There's a lot, bro. There's like a
I'm down.
lot.
I'm looking. I read a lot, so
I can suggest some that are really good. We're going to talk about it later. I'll tell you like 3 books that I tell everyone. These are some of my. I'm not that crazy. I read different books all the time, but 3
mhm.
of World of Warcraft books, and I'm not gonna like go into detail about this, but are some of my favorite storytelling. Even if you don't
Oh
know
man.
any
Okay,
characters or
I'm down.
anything.
I'm down then, because
Cool.
all I'm going off of is basically like Warcraft 2 and 3 and then World of Warcraft story. But like at
Yeah.
least when you're playing as a Horde character, it becomes pretty evident that like a lot of the Horde leadership are like legitimately just good dudes.
Oh,
And
Horde has great dudes, especially
um
Torrens and whatnot, like some of their leaders.
yeah.
And but
Yeah.
Torrens could be Alliance easily if you know the lore. Like, that was just a chance.
Mm.
Anyways,
Um
that was
okay. But
okay.
speaking of narrative and lore, one of the other things that I thought was really cool that they talked about in the monthly report was that the narrative teams are working at putting, and it's it. I don't know. I To be fair, I have no idea how this is actually going to work. But the narrative teams are putting, those like big lore posts and stuff like that
Yeah,
they do, the short stories and stuff. They're making it so that those are accessible in game. And it
yeah.
sounded like they were going to have some that were like actually voice acted out and stuff.
Why not?
so that you can like listen to them on like you can bring that up on your MFD or whatever as you're traveling and like read a story or like have a story. So they were like short on details, at least from the summary videos
Still
that I watched. I have
but
to still read it, but
that's
like
very
I like that.
expected by me.
Sure, but it's not something I expected now. And also I
Not
didn't
now,
expect
okay,
them to
fair.
go back through all of their old lore posts
Well, all
and
they
put
need to
those in
do is implement what's the name? Encyclopedia, what's the name?
the Galactopedia.
Galactopedia into Mobiles.
Yeah.
And that's
Yes,
it.
but it's more than that. It's not just the Galactopedia.
It's
It's like
not.
all their stories and their
No.
news
Well,
reports and
I
stuff
think
like
that
that.
will be part of Galactopedia. Well, like once Galactopedia is
Maybe.
complete, I think all this will be part of it. Lore and
All
all
the
that.
stuff that's news related, though, like I'm hoping that actually is just not in the Galactopedia and is something that they put into games, so it's like you can be watching news or whatever.
For the new stuff, right? But something that was
Yeah,
news
no,
10 years ago, that if it's important, shouldn't that be like part of history
maybe, but
lore?
like some of the stuff is still some of the stuff they've written is still like potentially viable as
Okay,
for
sure,
like
but let's
being
say let's take a hot topic recently. There were two community events added to the game. One is Daemon Rally, and the other one is what's the name? I
mm,
always forget.
Stanton 7.
No.
Oh.
Yella, the Drug Wars, whatever.
Oh, Jumptown.
Jumptown. So that's being added to the official lore, but that's not news. Like, if you should be able to go through Galactopedia and find the first the first ever Daemon Rally organized by the person in game name. Hopefully, happened in 2951. I don't know when was the first one ever, and that should be in Galactopedia. However, this year's rally,
Yeah.
if it still happens, they should be all over the billboards and whatnot, right? As it's happening and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounded different to me. Like not like a
Maybe,
billboard
yeah.
thinking something that's like more like accessible. Like again, it would seem like it was pretty short on details, but it was kind of cool to see that is something that they're actively working on being able to do. And I would credit this to their work on building blocks, making it so that like even
Yeah,
like
it's probably
lore
much
people
easier.
can use that sort of building blocks tech and just like throw some story stuff together and throw it on like MFDs or something. And yeah,
Some
short on
games,
details, but cool though.
some games have their Wikipedias implemented in the game, so you
Yeah,
don't have to alt tab and check stuff, and I
yeah.
love that.
Mass Effect does that.
Eve does it.
Eve
Guild
does
Wars
it. Most
technically.
games do it actually. Like Valheim does it. Like yeah,
Really? Valheim has, but not like a
yeah,
help, but actual Wikipedia.
yeah.
Like in Guild Wars, for example, if you type /wiki and then
oh
something,
no.
it
I just
brings
mean
up the
like
page in the in-game browser. EVE
oh
Online
okay no.
has like everything, the whole database with wiki articles, everything implemented in the game. So through their
Sorry,
own,
I just meant like an encyclopedia, like how like in Mass Effect, if you wanted to read about like the weapons tech
okay,
or
sure,
whatever that they're using, like that's in
like No
game. You
Man's
just go to
Sky,
your
like
journal and yeah,
what's the name?
exactly, yeah.
Whatever, yeah. Um,
At any rate, I didn't expect stuff like this
Subnautica,
to
yeah,
come
you
soon.
have like the whole whatever
Subnautica,
you
yeah,
need,
yeah,
like
yeah.
that's cool.
And
We
they,
should have stuff like that.
I mean, we
That's
don't know when we're gonna see it. For all we know, it could
doesn't
be,
matter.
like a couple years down the
Yeah,
road. But it's neat to see that they're actually thinking of the media side of things and all this lore and all this work that the narrative team has been putting in, and then they're trying to actually like actively make it so that it's accessible and that people can like get at it in the game. And it sounded like they were maybe going to try to make it something that so it was like more theatrical, so you could like listen to it or watch it instead of reading a story as you're in quantum travel. And
should be a
again,
choice, definitely.
yeah.
Because I might be having something else, a stream that I moderate or something on my other stream, and then
Yeah.
I want to just read through it. But then I might be just playing the game full on. I just want to listen to it. For
Yeah.
streamers, it would be cool if there's a lot of audio
Yeah.
cues, right? So you can just do
For
your
sure.
thing and then comment on that audio and be like, "Oh yeah," or "Fuck this," or like that's.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I mean, great stuff. Anyways, like I want that in game, 100%.
Totally. And I think the last thing that really jumped out at me, that's a big question mark for me. Apparently, Turbulent is working on server meshing, which was really surprising to me because Turbulent I thought was just kind of handling like back end web service, and then this new studio was working on like new planets and stuff like that. But apparently, they're doing work on server meshing too, which
How
is,
do you feel about it?
I mean, they are that is kind of like the network side of things, and net dev and stuff like that does seem to be like part of what they do. But I had no idea that this was something that was going to be taken on by them. That said, it does also kind of make sense because now technically a quarter of Turbulent is CIG.
I know,
So
but okay, so
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
a developer. I don't know shit about this. But from the outside perspective, I feel like server meshing, the way they talk about it, is one of their own groundbreaking tech. And now someone else is doing it. And
Well, no.
I don't know
I
how to
wouldn't
feel
say
about that.
someone else isn't doing it. But like people from Turbulent are working on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, like I said, I mean,
But
25%
for
of Turbulent is
now,
owned by CIG.
yes. But for how long have they been working on this?
I don't know.
And then
Like I said, this is weird, man. This is the first I have heard about this.
did they
So,
fuck it up? And then are they trying to start over with Turbulent? They're like, this opens so many questions that I don't even want to dig into.
well, especially, and this is before your time, but like back in the day, they tried farming the FPS aspects of Star Citizen out to a third-party company called Ilphonic, and that blew up catastrophically in their faces. They basically had to just redo everything that Ilphonic did. Um, and yeah, so sure.
Blizzard was making Ghost at the time, which was first person
Yeah,
StarCraft 2,
yeah,
whatever. And it was made by another studio. And then when they were done with it and delivered it to Blizzard, Blizzard was like, it's not even close to our standards. Cancel.
yeah,
And this has been happening like in the course
yeah, yeah,
of I just took one example. I can come up with more. But
yeah,
like,
for sure.
but okay, but then
So
on the other hand, these
mm,
guys are working together. Like I don't know what else Turbulent is doing. That would be interesting to see. Like what
mm,
other projects is Turbulent on? Is it maybe connected to Amazon Game Studios as well?
I don't know.
I'd be
And then
curious.
the other thing too is like is this, are they working on server meshing now as part of like their new, because you know how Turbulent opened up that whole other studio for working on Planetech stuff? Like, are some of those hires network people that are now working on server meshing, or is it like their other studio that's been working? I don't know. Anyways,
From my
I don't have a
perspective,
lot of information about that.
the way I deal with this is I don't care because
Well,
I
yeah.
can't I don't know
Well,
because they will never give
that
us enough information for us. Even if I
that
had the
is it.
information, I wouldn't understand it properly, probably. So whatever.
Yeah. Well, that is it. Like, we don't know what this
I
means
just hope
and
they did
if
not
they've
screw
been.
it up and then now
Yeah,
someone else is doing it all over
totally.
from the
But it
beginning.
also sounds like, for example, they're using. Apparently, they're also working on like game mechanics, like they're inputting on like the reputation system or something like that. But again, like it's so I don't know. I'll have to go over the turbulent section in the monthly report and actually see what was said because I just watched like some summary videos of this. It's possible there's more information that I don't have, but it's interesting because I didn't think that they were involved in things like game mechanics, and I didn't think that they were involved in things like server meshing. I thought they were pretty much solely going to be like an art team,
Yeah.
basically pumping out planets and systems and stuff like that, or and running the website badly.
Someone, but I like the website, just not functional. That's all. It looks amazing.
Yeah, Yes.
Someone from fucking
So they're doing the
Kotaku
website badly.
and whatever fucking assholes who are talking shit about any misfortunes anywhere in the world should actually do a deep dig into Turbulent and see, so that we can know more about.
But
They
would
should
you
just
trust anything that they come out with? I wouldn't. Not
no,
after this
but
latest thing.
it would spark a lot, right? So we're gonna talk about
Sure.
this in Stanton
Stanton gossip.
gossip,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, Turbulent talks shit about CAG, and a lot of it is not true, and then
No,
CAG
Kotaku
strikes
did-
back.
wait.
Sorry,
Wait, what?
Kotaku, not
You mean
Of
Kotaku?
course, yeah.
Okay.
And then CAG, strikes back with a lot of force, like a lot of, well, it's not the same platform, but like people are openly saying, "What? It's not true. We work there." So that would be interesting to see, But yeah.
So, this is me speculating, but if to go along lines of like if Turbulent is now doing all this stuff for CIG, does that mean that this new studio up in Montreal is going to be CIG Montreal? And if it is in fact CIG Montreal, does that mean we get a Montreal Citizen Con? Because I would like that. A lot easier for me to travel to Montreal for a Citizen Con than like say the UK.
I need to go to Mad Hack Games and talk to them. It's a Serbian studio here. They're super talented people, and they need to start working with CIG.
Yeah, it's a good have
So that I can have
Citizen Con over there. Sure. Yeah.
Serbia. It's our only studio, by the way. Like the only big studio.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Anyways, that's pretty much
okay.
the monthly report. Roadmap roundup happened as well. Apparently, fuel scooping we're not getting anymore this year. Which
well, see, this is what I don't understand. Like this year, or is it like completely gone?
I'm pretty sure it's off the roadmap entirely.
I really want fuel scooping.
Me too. Yeah. But yeah.
Maybe they're gonna do like a complete overhaul of it, and like.
I think it may be just one of those situations. I just think it's one of those situations where they, like they have prioritized the resources elsewhere, which is unfortunate because, like, man, a fuel system revamp. I mean, I could be wrong too. I thought they said it was no longer on for this year. But hold on, let me just check really quick. Roadmap roundup. Yeah, no, slated to start work in 2022.
Okay.
In 2022.
So they're probably doing a complete rework on that, and
yeah,
whatever.
But you know what bumped it? Higher priority to MFDs, which I am a little bit. I mean, okay, MFDs are not in the best state, but like really, MFDs over fuel scooping.
I don't think these are the same teams, though. I don't know. So, yeah, this whole roadmap is giving me anxiety, to be honest. Like I'm being lost in it, and this is why I told you, like, you're gonna be in charge of this always, because I can react to things, but like that gives me
this
big time
easy,
anxiety.
man. Like just when they put out a roadmap roundup,
yeah.
It's like a couple paragraphs. That's the easiest way.
But it's not. It's easy for you because, like, I don't know what was happening throughout 8 years of development with fuel scooping. I know it's a hot topic, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they are right in that, like, you are right basically in that if they're gonna do fuel scooping, it's gonna be they are gonna have to, because they released a design doc on like what they wanted fuel gameplay to look like years and years and years ago, alongside basically the repair, and it is like it's complex, man. Like
it shouldn't be. It really should.
Like
maybe the process should theoretically be complex, but for you to scoop fuel as a gameplay mechanic, I don't know, dude. Like
they wanted it to be so that you could scoop different kinds of gas, and different kinds of gas you could do different things with and stuff like that, which I like the idea. Like I would rather fuel scooping instead of just like flying in a straight line, scooping gas. If it was something more like when mining rolled out, where it was like, like it was nowhere close to where it is today, but it was still like an interesting gameplay.
I think you're gonna
Like it.
get that kick from mining gas clouds and stuff like that.
No, that like doing gas cloud scooping is in the fuel gameplay for sure.
Well, maybe that's why they moved it, because now I can't. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
there's going to
can't
be a lot.
really.
It's going to be a big thing for sure.
It's
But
off
so
the
that's
map.
gone.
Hopefully, it's
And
gonna
then the
come
other
back.
thing, I guess that we're going to talk about in the 313 build is delivery missions are getting some love, which I think is, as we could both agree, is well overdue. And I'm hoping that is kind of accompanied with a analyzing the pay the payouts for it.
Yeah.
Not for us necessarily, because again, for us it's easy to make money, but like for new players who are learning to fly, like and the reason I'm saying this is like typically when they put in a new variations to missions that they want tested out, they do bump up the pay of them so that people test them more. But it's also just like it is the most new player friendly mission.
It's my
Full
favorite
stop.
type of a thing in Star Citizen, unfortunately,
Mm.
because stuff that I wanna do is nowhere near getting into
Nowhere
the
near
game.
ready. Yeah.
So I found that niche, and for a long time I had a good kick out of it. Like, I really enjoyed doing delivery missions, and then when I started playing, I enjoyed it, and then they changed them, and then it was my I was mind blown. I didn't think it could be something better, but then the new Babbage thing with like delivering to the rooftops and like collecting a lot of boxes and going there and
Mm.
roof to roof delivery, and I loved it. I was doing it 8 hours a day, man, and I was making millions like that, and I just loved it. Even had it with like multiple people like jumping out of the Cutlass Black on the side, delivering, going to the next roof, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, they just nuked it, like
Yeah.
literally, yeah, destroyed it completely. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel so bad about this. Why would you?
Do you want to feel, if you want to feel salty, do you remember when they were talking about this new, like when they made it so that the deliveries had multiple pickups and drop off, and they were like really trying to spin it hard as like, as we've really improved delivery gameplay. And everybody who played it was like, this is the worst. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Anyways,
it's horrible.
yeah.
And
Especially when you factor 30Ks into it.
we'll talk about this later because I did it
Yeah.
again. I made it fun for me, which I will explain. But that's me making gameplay, not TIG.
Yeah.
So they need. I don't even know what to say, man. They just need to roll it back. Why did they destroy it? I don't know. It was fun.
Well, from the sounds of things,
we don't know,
I mean,
right?
we're gonna talk about this in the 313.
Let's talk about
the
that
next
right
section.
now in 313.
Sure, okay.
So
cargo missions with multiple deadlines, quantum unstable cargo.
let's just preface this with like this. What we're going to now is 313 Evo avocado build is out. So there's some leaks, obviously, just like always. We're not like a leak podcast. However, this is, you can find it everywhere. It's like almost like player-based patch notes for something that is in Evocati. And someone said this already. I don't know who now. But oh yeah, the Nubifier. It's like, why don't they just keep the Evocati, right? Like, that's fine. That's a big difference if they change it. Post the fucking Evocati patch notes publicly. Patch notes, right? So that there, I cannot understand. Like, it gets leaked day one by multiple people. There's no, like, if I was Avocado, and I'm not, but if I was Avocado and I like copy paste the fucking patch notes, give it to a person who doesn't even play the game, and then they post it on Reddit, and there you go. Like, your patch notes are leaked. It's so dumb to try and hide it. Please, CIG, just let us see the Evocati patch notes. It's not. We know what Evocati is, and then we know you have to change them. There's no difference.
I wonder if it's like a cover your ass scenario
For what?
where, because like for example, like their big lawsuit with Crytek, like one of the things that they were nailed on was one of their videos of Bug Smashers showed some code that was apparently proprietary in one of the scenes.
So
And
how
that was one of the things that Crytek used to sue them.
I understand, but lines of text in Evocati patch notes. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
but basically what I'm saying, like for them, all this does is basically give them recourse in case an Evocati member leaks something that they were not supposed to. Then that way, if anybody like, let's say Crytek or Lumberyard or Amazon or whatever, sees this leak and says, whoa, shit, there is some proprietary shit in this, like they can't come to CIG and be like, why did you release this? Because CIG can go, we didn't. This guy's under an NDA. It's not our problem.
Well, he's under NDA. Does not, like, once it becomes
NDA,
legal, yeah. NDA, yeah. Once it becomes legal, that guy can say, you know what? Here's a document. In the end, I am under NDA, but like, I'm not lying. CAG did release this.
Yeah,
NDA
they did it
does
under
not
an
make.
NDA.
Oh,
meaning that like that they can release it. They can release it, because they have legally covered their bases. They've released it to people who are under technically a legal obligation to not distribute that information. And if they are breaching that contract, that's on them. They broke that contract. They were under a legal obligation not to.
But it does not change the fact that CAG did it.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, it's the same thing technically. Like any of their employees are under an NDA.
I know what NDA is. I am under 3 different NDAs right now.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying that like basically they are covered from legal action, because if somebody was leaking proprietary information, it was directly against CIG's wishes.
Maso, but I am not talking about like gameplay or anything like that. I'm just talking about patch notes. How can that affect?
Sure. I don't think it would. But for example, like the idea of like getting rid of I guess this is more of a commentary on whether or not the NDA for Evocati should even exist.
Well, I think it should, for them to cover their butt.
And that's where I think that's come from. But like, as far as like sharing the patch notes, you're right. I think that's probably pretty innocent.
It's and they can always spin it and say like, well, no, that's not what we meant or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, if you don't want to hear it, I don't know, stop listening now for the next like 20 minutes or so. We need that like spoiler alert or whatever, but like it's really nothing new is in here that you haven't heard before. They actually, everything that we're going to touch on, CIG talked about in the last couple of weeks. Oh, yeah. So it's it's just confirmation, like things are coming.
Yeah. In fact, all this stuff is actually confirmed on the 3.13 roadmap.
Exactly. And that's another thing, like it's already confirmed by CIG, then you can do the patch notes. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, bro. Whatever. Yeah. So let's just continue. So we were talking about delivery missions and cargo missions with multiple deadlines and quantum unstable cargo, which is technically what we had during the Xenotrat event. So we had these boxes where there were 3 different ones. One is timed, so you have to deliver it within a certain period of time where it expires. The other one was volatile, I guess, where if you bump it too much, it explodes or becomes ineffective or whatever. And then the third one was quantum unstable, which means if you jump, it's worthless. And I am kind of confused because I want the quantum one to be in the game, because then we can
then you actually have to fly,
which I like. But I would think that if they would kick one of 3 out, that would be the one. You know what I mean? Especially because 30Ks and everything, and the other one is like bump. Okay, sure. I mean, drive carefully, whatever. and then the third one is like whatever. You can do it regardless. It's timed, right? We have it. We have timed already. We have timed in Quantanium, so it's just like I would assume that they're literally just whatever tech they're using for Quantanium, changing the numbers and packaging, and that's your box. Call it whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? Doesn't matter. Okay, so the thing that we were talking about here, is this delivery missions or is it cargo gameplay?
Yeah.
And we don't know. Or both.
I would love to see actual cargo missions in. You see them in like a lot of different space games where it's like, I have 10 cargo units of this that I need hauled from here to here.
Oh, and we'll have that. Like,
yeah, sure. I know. But like, is that this? Or is this just going to be boxes?
Okay.
I hope it's cargo missions.
I know.
Personally.
When we started talking about this, you said you want cargo. I said I want missions. I actually, honestly, want both.
Yeah.
Because I love cargo trading and I love delivery missions.
Oh.
This is something that I will do when the game is out. If I am playing, if I'm a pirate or if I am...
To specify here, though, like I want this to be cargo missions.
Yeah, not cargo trading.
Not just cargo trading.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, you have to clarify this. So let's say you have Cutlass Black. I don't know why would you have Cutlass Black, but let's say you have Cutlass Black, which which has 44 SE of cargo, but you don't have money, right? So you have like 3,000 Alpha AUC. Now, Kovalex says, okay, we need these 40 cargo units delivered from Port Olisar to whatever, Grimhex for a price. So now you can do this mission for like 10,000 Alpha UC. Your requirement is that your ship has certain amount of cargo, right?
Yeah.
Instead of you buying these, Laranite for X, I don't know, like 500,000 Alpha UC and then profiting. So that's literally investment and profit, where risk is 90% 30k and 10% game, where like you can be attacked by someone or like, your ship might explode because you can't park it in Lorville.
Honestly, cargo missions are like closer to the way it is right now in the real world. Like truck drivers aren't buying their own commodities and doing a run. They're picking up contracts to run, this many pallets of this from here to here, and like logistics companies are basically like taking a whole bunch of those contracts and then, and then farming them out basically to different trucks and stuff like that. And that's what I want to do. Like, because also like, especially in this game where trading is a thing, that way it's like, you can be like, well, I have a cargo. I've got 500 SCU of cargo available to me.
Whoa. Calm down, cowboy. That's not coming at the same time. Like, even if this is what we're talking about, that's going to be only...
Why would it have to be different?
Because permissions for cargo. You can I wanted that when they brought. So let's clarify again. So there's two things that we can do here. Like, one is Kovalex says we need this transfer from point A to point B. You can't pick it up, sell it. However,
so if Kovalex only wanted you to haul 40 SCU in your Cutlass, that leaves you with 4 SCU over, and you're saying basically that they wouldn't be able to take that 40 SCU of cargo on board and then fill up the rest of the cargo with your own cargo.
No, you will be able to do that. What I was thinking more of is like, let's say I have money and I bought 700 SCU of Laranite. Now I hire you. Me as a player, I hire you. I make a contract for someone to go and deliver it.
No, you're right there. That's not coming in this patch.
I want that as well, but especially with 30Ks, who in their right fucking mind would third party that, and especially with jumping servers and all that. Like, thank you for Laranite.
Bye. Yeah,
Uh,
that's not coming in 313.
yeah,
No, specifically what I meant is that I hope what they're talking about when they say cargo missions is like, you get a mission that says I need, like you said, like, using my Caterpillar example, I have 100 SCU that needs to go from here to here, but that only fills up a fifth of my cargo
yeah, it
hold, and
can
then
take different.
I can either take another mission that maybe they need 40 SCU of cargo hauled from here to here, and and then you can either fill up the rest with your own cargo and trade that, or take on more missions as well that have, like, so now you have to kind of start route planning a little bit like you do with delivery missions, but instead of just hauling a box, you're hauling like bulk.
You don't do that with
um
delivery missions anymore, but sure, back in the days you would.
what do you mean?
Because every delivery mission has 4
Oh,
stops and
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
clusterfuck.
yeah,
So,
totally, yeah, yeah, okay, so
but
the
yeah,
way
what you would do
delivery used to
before,
be.
for sure, I agree. Like have
Yeah,
different stops, which is amazing. And
yeah,
then
but I want those missions to be different and limited by, like you said, like cargo space. Like if you only have a Cutlass, you can't take the mission that says I need 100 SCU moved from here to here,
yeah.
because you don't have that 100 SCU, which means that you can broaden the pay scale in these delivery missions, like hauling
Oh,
100
that
SCU is going to pay out
reputation,
larger.
reputation. Like you should, regardless of the truck that you have. Oh, sorry, ship. You should be able to like do only like 10 SEU, let's say, because they don't trust you enough to give you 600 SEU because you have Caterpillar. And then as you
That
do
that could be a
several,
thing.
huh?
Well, that might be a factor, but, like, for example, hauling scrap, nobody cares. Like, that's
What do you mean? It's worth
just
money
because you're
again.
yeah, but if you're hauling 100 SCU of
It's okay.
scrap.
Wait, like it's just like you're saying, you know, garbage business doesn't matter in a city where, when in reality, so much money is being, no, that should not. Maybe the
I
value should be limiting. Doesn't matter.
I I think reputation should be a factor, to be clear.
Yeah,
But I'm saying, like, for example, it's not only gonna affect the amount of cargo that you're
sure.
able to haul, you know what I
Not the
mean? Because if
quantity,
it's
but rather value, right?
yeah, exactly, because if it's a lot of a low value commodity, you maybe don't need the reputation,
Sure.
the same amount of reputation, because it's just hydrogen or it's just scrap. You know what I mean? Like
Or
you just
even
need a big
fecal
ship.
matter,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
we have that
yeah.
as well. Um. So this conversation we had now, I can guarantee that that's not what's like. That they're not
I
talking
think
about
you're
cargo,
probably right. I think it's
because they would be
probably they're
talking
calling it
about
cargo.
this all over the
Yeah,
place if that was a thing,
yeah,
right? So there would
probably.
be, guys, a cargo is coming, missions,
Yeah,
this, that. So that's not happening. So I
it's
guess these
probably
are,
just boxes.
yeah, boxes. Which, to be fair, it's still something as long as they change the force top for
Uh,
8,000.
I mean, I guess, but I want a reason to fly my C2 beyond hauling cargoes, beyond hauling like stuff that I'm gonna trade. You know what I mean?
Shit.
Like that's what I want. I
Okay,
want
well, listen.
to.
I know. I got it. I got it all
Yeah.
figured out. Okay, so 313.0 box missions, and then 313X that brings C2 also brings cargo with this same mechanic, and they talk
It'd be
about it in
cool.
IC.
It'd be cool, but I still I don't think that
Shut
it's
up.
gonna be
Shut
a
up.
thing. I know. Yeah. I want it to be really badly, because that's the thing. Like I want to fly all my ships. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm doing delivery missions, so
Bro,
I
I
guess
want to
I
haul
guess I just
cargo with
choose.
Nomad. Like just for
Yeah.
fun. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter how much money I make. 5,000, sure. But I'm
Yeah,
using my
for sure.
pickup truck to actually do a contract, which would be amazing.
Yeah. And like the cool thing too, and again, you can't really do this right now because cargo trading is broken and there's only two places in the fucking solar system, three places to sell cargo. But like the idea, like, and this is something that most space games did, is like you get a mission that takes up this much of your cargo hold, and you pick up stuff to trade. You're like, oh well, I'm going over to this place and I know that this place, is a good place to sell this commodity, so grab some of that over there as well. So it's like extra money that you make, and you start kind of planning your routes around a little more. So it's like this goes over
Well, yeah,
here where I sell this, and then I load up with a little bit of this over here, fly over here,
I
pick up this
wish.
contract, fly this way, and it just like, and again, like there's reasons to use different sizes of ships. Then like it's just I just
We'll have
want
to
more
wait for
space
that, but I
trucking
want that
options.
as well. I definitely want. And this is what I was saying at the beginning. Like, no matter what part of gameplay am I focusing on, is it science or scrapping or piracy, I will
Mhm.
always get back to to cargo hauling every now and then because it's
Totally, that's chill
relaxing.
for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly, and I love that. I play Euro Truck Simulator. I play fucking SnowRunner. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I just drive cars around in. I will turn on Project Cars 2 or what's the name,
right.
whatever I'm and I will just like manual drive around the track slowly, not like it's just relaxing. I want that stuff. That's part of a gameplay
Yeah.
that helps
Well,
me
and
chill.
again, like to be clear here, that's not all I want to do. Obviously,
No,
like I love my share of combat too, but there's sometimes, yeah, where I just want to like chill out, do some trucking,
exactly,
and
because you don't have enough
now
tracking IRL.
there's none of that. There's no cargo trading, and there's no box missions, and I'm hoping that is at least one of those aspects is fixed in 313.
You might like what I was doing when we get to what we did this week, if we
Okay,
ever get there.
if we ever get
Yeah.
there. How long from now?
Okay, so now
225.
yeah.
Let's move on.
No, we're 210 on recording. So caves are confirmed, both flying and driving caves. Apparently these are different types of caves, so now we know, because we thought about that, but like nothing was like 100% set in stone if the same cave can have like two different entrances, one for a vehicle and the
Wait,
other
what?
one for.
So did they actually confirm that? Because like we always
Yes.
knew that there was going to be fly-in caves. Those are the sinkhole entrances they
Yes.
talked about.
So there's
So we
sinkholes, and then there whatever the fuck the
drive-in one.
drive-ins. Yeah.
So you can have a cave that has two different
No,
entrances.
that's what I'm saying. They're
Oh,
different caves.
okay, okay.
Unfortunately, I thought
Oh,
it
okay.
will be,
I got you.
cave
Yeah,
system, but it's not.
right.
However, I don't know how big they're. I'm excited about this. I want to go in and fly and see how they are, and it's gonna
Totally.
be an excitement for like 3 days, and I will probably never go back again.
Yeah. But on that note, you do like it seems to me that like there's still clearly iterating on caves. So like it stands to reason that there might actually end up being like
Content.
big cave systems
Oh
and like fly
sure,
through caves and stuff like that
yeah. I
eventually.
want
So
mining
for
in
example,
caves, bro. Like no games do that.
I want lava
Ship
tubes.
mining, sure.
This is something that we are starting to discover on Mars and definitely on the moon as well. Is that there are these big, like, and I mean big tunnels that run like under the ground on pretty sure on Mars, but definitely on the moon. And they're just basically big lava tunnels that are like hundreds of meters across, and they run for like kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. Like how sick would it be to be like flying
Yeah.
high speed through a very long and very large cave system? Like that is
Even make a race,
that is
But
a
like,
thing that like could
huh?
happen in real life, and I wouldn't surprise me to see them do something like that.
I bet you in real life they would make rally type of a race there. Where for those who don't know, like World Rally is more of segmented time trial racing, where like everyone has their own time to go from point A to point B.
Mhm,
Because
mhm.
it would be too dangerous for like 2 or 3 or 10 cars to like drive at the same time at that course. And
Yeah,
then the
or a
same thing
sheep.
here, right? It happens though sometimes because they start like in 2 minutes or whatever, depending on the
Yeah.
whatever. But that would be cool to see for sure. Anyways, caves cool. I'd like to see. I don't like. I like asteroid mining as an idea, especially asteroid belts and all that. It feels good. I really am not enjoying uh planetary surface mining with a ship or a vehicle. It just doesn't
Mm.
feel good to me. But cave, I'm down to try that with both ROC or a prospector.
I don't like rock mining on the surface, but I do like prospector mining. Okay. I just found it. To confirm here, it's definitely not going to be the cargo that we want, but the cargo system refactor, which is a refactor to allow both found and purchased cargo to be picked up, moved around, and placed into a cargo grid of a ship. That's coming for Q2, or at least that's when it's finishing work.
Eye patch.
Um,
Maybe.
yes, yeah, it looks like it's finishing like end of May is when they're finishing work
But
on
that's
that. So
physical as cargo grid, right? Cargo,
yes,
yeah.
that's literally being able to buy cargo and then pick it up
Okay.
off of your ship and move it to a different ship.
It's so weird that we have cargo decks and nothing.
Right? Yeah. Oh, that was the biggest kick in the
That was
nuts.
proper trolling by CAG.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so push-pull trolleys are in the game. They can be found around. You cannot buy them yet. So far, no one did. I guess we'll see if that's gonna happen or
So
not.
this is exactly like what you were talking about last week, where you're like, they should be around.
It's so cool.
And there's gonna be wars over who gets the trolley.
Fuck yeah, bro.
That motherfucker's got a trolley. Blow that ship up.
Yeah, you stream snipe for the trolley.
Yeah.
Okay. Cargo missions that we said, Shield Tech 2 is already in, confirmed, which is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't believe it doesn't have
not
shield goals.
Not the functionality. So far as I'm aware, it's just the visual.
I don't know. This is
Yeah, I'm
just
pretty
a
sure-
leak, so I don't know really. Like, it's not,
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they said that it was just the visuals of
No, they said
SDF
no.
Shield Tech.
They said that this should help the shield holds and everything, which I don't know how will it help, but
Oh, okay.
we'll see. Let's see. Like I haven't played it, so I'm not,
Yeah.
Force reaction is in, and it's kind of funny when your ship makes you force react to something. Your hands are trying to grab onto something, which is really cool. Touch.
That is pretty cool.
I'm so afraid of this. I hope it's not going to be like overwhelming.
I think it probably will, but like we talked about earlier, we need to like be okay with them putting something in and fucking it up, and then fixing it as they go along.
I mean, I play on my own anyways, so I'm going to be flying the ship anyways, so that's not going to affect me anyways. Unless if I allow people to get into my ship and then troll them. Okay, so
you're right. They did merge that Shield Effects V2 313.
Yep.
Because it used to be where they were saying that the tech for SDF shields wasn't going to be in until later. It was just going to be the visuals, like like how when a shield face starts to fail, it goes red, etc.
Yeah, purple, whatever. Yeah.
So that sounds like that's not the case. It sounds like it's just
maybe
SDF shields going to be in, which is cool.
Maybe I got enough data from Xenotrat.
Maybe, yeah.
And utilize it, which is really nice.
Yeah.
New med pads are in that you will be able to move around in your inventory through inner thoughts, which is good, I guess.
Oh, instead of having to do it through the personal the inventory manager. Oh, thank God.
And
that was such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I agree. But let's see how this goes, because it might be it as well. Because my inventory is disappearing all the time, so I don't really whatever. And med pens never do. I have like 800 med pens or something. They just keep. I don't even know what the fuck happens there. New visual glass for Gladius. That's the last thing I have to add. Which I know that will. Huh?
You said glass. Are they doing something with the? Oh, okay.
New visual pass for Gladius.
Good. I was like, no, don't touch the cockpit. Like stupid cockpit glass.
Yeah. A lot of people will be triggered by this. I think it's great because Gladius is a test bed. Obviously, they are doing everything with Gladius first, and then once they figure out what that it's satisfying, then they should use this for other ships. There's no reason to like touch every fucking ship with like little details and whatnot, and like just do it on one ship and figure it out, and then utilize that. And obviously, there's gonna be some. I mean, yeah. Anyways, that's the end of the news. We are only 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I knew this will happen.
Yeah. Well, look at well, I mean, you can't see our script, but like It's like easily a full page of just like point
Yeah.
form notes on like news that we got from this last week. So,
And I'm happy for that because we
oh yeah,
went through, since we started the podcast, we started podcast at a rough time when there's not much news around the verse.
Mhm.
And start of the year, you know how it goes. And this is kind of cool. Now, what I see us slowly transferring into is maybe not always doing all of our segments if there's enough to talk about from the
Yeah.
game itself.
Well, in my opinion, like, man, some of our best conversations that we've had and tangented into have been in our news section and not in our dedicated like
Yes,
topic, you know?
which is pretty
So,
cool, right? Because again,
yeah,
that's the best. If the game feed you content, don't fight it. It's that simple. If
totally.
people have a problem with that, well, I'm sorry. Uh, that's why we have Stanton Gossip, where we'll tell you about some other amazing content creators.
Yeah.
That maybe don't do that. Okay, so what did we do in game this week? You have big news.
Nothing. This is a hell of a this
What do
has
you
been a
mean?
hell of
You
a
named your ships.
Oh yeah, I did name my ships. Okay. So I did that, but that's not really in game.
Come on,
But
give us the names. Now you can reveal them. No one can take them.
oh,
You're
I've
done.
already posted them.
Well, not to our
But
audience.
yeah, yeah. So my Carrick's name is the prodigal daughter, and my MSR is Shadow of a Doubt. Shadow of a Doubt, which I like. It's really fun. Actually, like honestly, like I was a little bit concerned going into the whole naming thing, but Leah and I like just sat down just randomly and like one evening and we're like, let's come up with some ship names. And like in 20 minutes, we'd hammered out like two
Yeah,
solid pages of notes of like different ship
man.
names that we liked. So like basically
30,
I'm just like yeah, we're
32 characters, bro. Like people who are
yeah,
saying
it's
that
so
they're
much room
they're
to work
crazy.
with. Yeah, it was easy. Like you know, and here's the thing too. I'll admit, like we just like Googled ship names for some inspiration too. Like we didn't
Of
really
course.
copy paste. Well, we copy pasted some of them that we really liked, but like do that if you're having problems coming up with names, man. Just like go to Google for some inspiration, and it was easy. And we just like hammered it all out. It was actually really fun, you know. And now I have like a huge page of ship names. So like if one of them ends up being taken, that's fine. I've got a like huge list of other ones that I can use, right? So like
Imagine if
yeah.
they
Anyways,
introduce the possibility of searching the player by their ship name, and then someone takes the name Enterprise, and 10,000 people DM them like, "You motherfucker," or like, "How much for the ship?" Or like shit like that. I'll
I
pay
don't think
five
they'll
hundred
do
thousand.
that. I think that if anything, it'll be like you'll see that name and you'll be like, that guy, I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how name recycling happens too, because like we don't know what happens if your ship explodes.
It's
You know,
literally ship
You-
naming
you-
tier 0. That's what it is.
yeah, yeah. But anyways, like after that, I was just like, I'm not worried about ship naming at all. Now
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's there's so 32 characters is a ridiculous amount of
It's a
characters to work
fucking
with,
book.
and there are so many cool names out there. Like it's yeah. Anyways, it's good. I had fun. I
You can
named my ships. I've
you
got a
can have
whole
an
bunch of backup names, and yeah,
Elon Musk tweet on the side of your ship. It's so long.
yeah, yes, yeah. You could actually probably, which
Okay.
would actually be funny too. But yeah, and yeah. Other than that, we had our kind of our COVID restrictions lifted a level, so now like outdoor gatherings with up to 10 people is okay.
Be
So
careful,
my
dude.
mom Oh, of course. But my mom and my brother, so it was fun. I got to hang out with them a little bit in this week, and that was good. And
I'm
it was
we're,
kind of nice to be able to see them again. So,
I don't want to like talk much about COVID, and in general, I'm like, yeah, it
well,
is what it
that's
is.
why I wasn't playing the game. Is all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. But like, I want to mention something. Like the vaccine is out. Good. I'm not
Yeah.
an anti-vaccine or whatever. Like everyone should just fucking get it. And but people relaxed a lot and started like hanging out with their friends and whatnot
Yeah.
because it just the general, even though they're not vaccinated or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, it like we have big issue here in Serbia, and it reflected to someone I know. So the guy who got me
Sure.
sticks, which is Tails, again, thank you Tails, crazy motherfucker. He was feeling bad last few days, and yeah, we thought it's like a cold or something. You know, he's here from Serbia, it's Frendo. And then he was feeling so bad that he went to the doctor and they tested him. And actually, what happened is a friend of his whom he visited, and it was not like a party or anything. Like he went to his friend. Turns out his wife ended up being positive. He got the COVID now, and you can't even get the vaccine here until you get through it. So it's like, fuck. You know, if something goes wrong, just before you got the vaccine, like people calm down a little bit more.
Totally.
If he survived like more than a year in this shit situation, just give it a couple more months until you get the fucking shot, and then
for sure,
at least you know you have some.
But, and again, like that's one of the things that our provincial health officer has been very clear about. Like, you know, don't go crazy, but like, you know, our infection rates and stuff like that have been trending downwards for a while. And
yeah, but that 14 days, you know.
Yeah, but and like I said, it's like it's my family. It wasn't like I was going to like
no, I know,
whatever. So.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's kind of like been my week, and that's why I haven't been in game much. Naming my ships was fun, but yeah,
you did manage to lose everything in Valheim, though.
Oh yeah, I did just this morning, just before we started prepping for the show.
Let me tell you something, guys. So in our what we did, you know, in the game, he has regularly spelled and you know, capital N only named my ships, and then under that he has Valheim in caps with an exclamation mark.
Yeah.
And he's always playing it. But however, today before your stream, he lost everything. So I guess you're not that excited about
Well, no. It just means I have to go back and get it.
I
but
know.
I should it's yeah.
I'm just kidding, man.
It's gonna be a pain in the ass, man. Yeah. Like I don't know. It's a fun game. See these kind of like survival games like this are like really, really I like them a lot. Like it's I get a lot of dopamine from it because there's like so much stuff to do. But yeah, in this case, this is one of the things that this game has proven to me multiple times.
Spaceman, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And just don't be cocky because, like, you know, I was really well set up. My equipment was really good for the level that I was playing at, basically. But you know, this happened last time I tried to push into a new kind of a biome. I got spanked hard. And I was overconfident again, and I moved into this new biome thinking, I'm kitted out. Oh, hey, look, there's some baddies over there. I'll go, you know, and next thing you know, I'm like surrounded and just owned. And I was like, yeah. So that's where I've left off. All my shit is really far away. My ship is sunk. And yeah. But other than that, I'm having a great time.
Okay. I did not give in to Valheim, but it was close one day. I am having you cannot say when we're like doing this podcast, this might reflect and help some other people as well. I know I have a lot of friends watching my stream who share my issues. They are deep anxiety, you know, depression, whatnot, which is probably why we hang out together. And we're not bothering each other with it or whatever. But like I've been having the most, maybe for sure the most difficult time in the last 2 weeks with my depression, with a lot of like really bad thoughts and all that. This podcast is one. My stream helps me a lot, but even that is starting to fade after 2 years. Like, or it's just like the depression is hitting hard, and this podcast is like a shining star. Like this Sunday I feel good because I know we're gonna do the podcast, and then you know it keeps me for like Monday, Tuesday. Still, it's like it's so. I really like the fact that we're doing this helps me so much. But
That's
then
cool.
also, I was for a while. I've been looking for I'm an MMO addict, and I've been looking for an MMO, and I would install. I'm not gonna go through like all of them. Install, play 5 minutes, get out. I can't. I need something new, and I decided to try Destiny 2. When Destiny 2 came out, I got it and figured out that you cannot have beard, and uninstalled, tweeted at Destiny, and never played again. And I've lost that account because of the whole merge with Steam and all that, whatever. And then when I installed Destiny yesterday, so many people DM'd me, were like, "Bro, you're playing Destiny? Did they add beards?" This is like an ongoing meme, and I'm like, "No, I'm playing a robot, which is called like X or whatever." Holy shit, dude! This game is fun. It's
Yeah.
and it's free. Have you played Destiny 2?
No, actually, but I did pick it up when it was free. I think. At least I
My
hope I did.
god, it's overwhelming. It's not very well made for a new player. It's been like 6 years or whatever, but
Yeah.
it feels good. It feels really good. Anyways, and that's the type of an MMO. Like when you go to the main hub, you see people running around and all that, but actually the server has like 16 players. Again, that's it feels good though. Wherever you go, it's sharded. You see people. You can do like dungeon is 3 players. They call it something else. Raid is 6 players. They call it something else. I don't know, whatever. And then you can just do random stuff around the map and grind shit. And it's like a proper MMO looter shooter. It's very satisfying. Gear is extremely well done. They have beautiful spaceships that have no purpose at all. So your spaceship appears only in the loading screen between like 2 destinations.
The more I hear about Destiny, the more I realize that Warframe really seems like almost a direct clone.
Isn't it the other way around though?
I think Destiny was before Warframe.
Well, Destiny 1 for sure.
I played Warframe for a little bit.
I tried playing Warframe, and just the controls and everything just did not feel good for me. I have massive respect for Warframe though, but Destiny and Warframe are very similar, I would say. And Destiny for me ticks all the boxes that Fallout 76 never managed to, which is a shame because I'm a huge fan of Fallout 1 and 2, and I like that post-apocalyptic feel, which you have in Destiny, whenever you're like in Europe. And what I did not know, Destiny is in Sol system, so you go to Europa, you go to our moon, Mars, Earth, and it's fun. Anyways, that's what I have been playing apart from Star Citizen, and some of the warships and shop titans. Let's not talk about that. However, I did play Star Citizen, and this week, unlike the last week, I had a couple of really good days with no 30Ks, and a couple of really bad days, a lot of 30Ks. I wanna single out 2 things. One was I was doing on stream. I was trying to do the unlawful delivery missions on my alt account with the Titan, and I couldn't get them this time. What happened though is I would get like unlawful missions like delivery, but it's actually investigation where you go and find certain drugs in a derelict ship, which was really good.
Reputation based? Like
it
could have been like.
Well, no, because I had it like a few days before that, and then now I can't get it anymore. So and it was in the same planet and all that. Like we went through like so many things trying to get it on 2 accounts and all that. Anyways, I don't know, but like there's like an unlawful mission for that you like go and this is so good. Like there's a new there are new derelict sites, and I found one that is Caterpillar, and it's so good. You can actually get out through the cockpit. The ship that will be detachable from that. Like you have to. There's like a whole jumping puzzle, and then you have to get out there. You can't go back anymore because of how it's set up, which is really cool. And the other one was Starfare, where I had to pick up 3 different stashes of herbs, and they were so well hidden, like under the desk, then one was like in the kitchen under, something, and I mean, you find them because they have a marker, right? But like it
Yeah.
feels good that okay, this is
Yeah,
stashed.
like you get to the marker and then it's like, okay, so the marker says in the kitchen, but now where?
No. I wish it was like that, but no. It's just like you see the marker is where the box is, but like
Oh, okay.
the box is placed properly, where like you would think like,
Right.
oh, this is hidden. The unfortunate thing, obviously, there was probably like 150 other boxes around, and knowing that each box is worth like literally 10, 12 SCU breaks my heart again. Like it's just unfortunate.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
And
Too
some of them are like laranite, titanium. It should be worth some. Like if it's 100, okay. Anyways, what happened was I brought the boxes one by one to my Titan, and my door was jammed. I just couldn't open the door.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So someone was watching my name. Big shout out to Siotos, sorry. And he's like, "Wait, my favorite part of this game is rescue and like towing." And I'm like, "Whatever, bro, do it." He hopped.
Sure.
He found me. I don't know how he found me. He was not in my friends list. Whatever. He found my server, invited me to the group, and I'm like, okay. So I figured out I can't bring up one box, but now I have two more. So I'm going around this Starfarer. It takes time, And I come out. It's dark, and it's like the storm, like on Hurston
Right. Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And there's light. And I'm looking up, and I'm like, what? This guy's kind of fucking 890 jump. Okay, so he lands there, and I'm like, "You are crazy, motherfucker!" And so I tried. Anyways, he can open the door of my Titan, and so he took one by one box, but I don't see it. So literally, I have a clip where he teleports from outside to inside through the closed door, basically.
Huh.
And I don't see like what happens. But
that's a messed up bug.
So he placed all of that inside, and then he was like, "Okay, where do you need to deliver this?" I tell him the location, and I landed my Titan because I can still climb through the ladder, but I can't bring the box in. So I landed on his landing pad. He brings me down, and then he's flying toward the location, right? And I was giving guys in the chat tour of the 890 because I know 890 pretty well. And I went to the bar front of the ship, and we were like getting near the location, which was also on Stanton, and we hit the ground, start spinning like crazy, like
what?
And I'm like, "Bro, wait, I'm not paying for this shit. What the fuck, And like he looks at my stream, and he's like, "Well," and the destination is like 12 kilometers away from where we are, and he says, "Well, here's the deal. We landed very smoothly at the location right now," and I'm like, "What?" 30K. See, this is however, this was such a beautiful experience. I'm not gonna lie, like and he stayed there for the next like 6 hours. We were talking about shit and whatnot. It's really sometimes this gives you the idea of what Star Citizen will be. Like this is so cool, and he has like he's talking about like that's what he wants to do. That's a loner as well. So he has what's the name? Drake Kraken, which is like a perfect, ship for towing and whatnot. Just great experience.
No, it's not towing.
What do you mean it's not?
How you're not gonna tow anything in a Kraken?
Yeah, I mean you can.
How?
You have your little Argo cargo, whatever. Not cargo, Argo, whatever.
SRV.
Yeah, and you bring it on top or whatever.
Right.
If
so
you
then
have
it's got
money,
the repair
right?
bays inside.
Technically, yeah, he wants repair as well,
he
and
be like a service guy. Yeah. Okay.
It's so cool. It's so cool, and he was so happy because he got by watching some streams, he got the chance to have his gameplay, and I was like, I'm gonna pay you for this. He was like, no, I don't need money. This is for me. This is like super enjoyable. I don't need money, whatever. Mm-hmm. Anyways, great experience even with 30K. Apart from that, I was doing some regular delivery missions because I couldn't get the unlawful ones, and I did this. I got my MSR, and I spawned Ursa rover, and I would take the mission, take all 3 packs, I would jump to the location and I would land my MSR 10 kilometers away from the destination.
Hmm.
Then I would all of my cargo, all of my boxes are in the Ursa rover, and I would drive Ursa rover to location and then bring the cargo, and then drive back to the ship. I don't know
Right.
why. And
Just cause.
yeah, so it took me like 2 hours to complete the mission, and I made like 8,000, but it was fun.
Yeah. Well,
I
like
don't
you
care.
said, the money isn't really an issue
In
at
that
this point.
case,
It's just like,
yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's it. Not really. Yeah, but I did played quite a lot, and these two events actually, I ended up my stream saying I can't wait for Monday to stream again.
cool.
It's packed, and this is why I really like, if they would redesign or bring back the old delivery missions, I really it brought me back to how much I enjoyed. Like, I would do this for 8 hours every day streaming. We have a logo for JustCheg, like purple, orange, everything. One of my viewers, I think Rusky, did it, and like I have that like on the screen, and we're doing like delivery, and there's like all of the quotes. Well, JustCheg delivers. Maybe the ship, is in pieces, but your package is there and shit like that. Like,
Yeah.
people are having fun with that. So, I really want that back. And I hope they make it back. But yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, just the quantum sensitive one, like where you like, because we had this conversation a couple times over the last couple episodes, like how like I want to fly my ship more. I don't want
Yeah.
to quantum
Yeah.
travel everywhere. So
The
we'll see. I
only
guess we'll see what comes in 313. But
the only issue is 30Ks, really. Like, because with that, it's
yeah,
gonna be even more susceptible to 30K.
yeah. Okay. Well, this is semi-related, and I don't know where the hell this is coming from, but on Super Mac Brothers Ryan, his monthly report. No, it was his analysis of Star Citizen Live last week, where Mark Abent was talking about like just like integrate something about iCache. And Super Mac Brothers Ryan says that one of his tech friends means that iCache is in now, and that that's what Mark Abent was saying. And I don't know where the hell that is coming from.
Listen, it's not impossible.
I hope he's right, and I hope that means that we get some crash protection.
Yes, and we talked about this. This happened to me several times. I told you already, where the 30K would actually recover, or the server crash would recover. What's happening?
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the server because I'm getting that thing. All right. That, and then we had some moments where I wasn't able to do certain things in game. I was like, oh shit, 30K, and then no, it was just okay. So maybe they're fiddling with that. See, ago. That was never a case before. Like, when I started playing, there was like, a crash is a crash. It's like,
yeah.
That's
like
it,
if shit has stopped responding,
it's over.
You're done. It's over.
So and if they implemented that, I'm okay with that. Like, let the game crash. It's fine. We're in alpha. Fuck it. But if I can log back in and have everything in the ship that I had, that's enough for me for the alpha.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
That is exactly it. If I still have the disconnects, I don't care. So long as I can have come back in.
20 disconnects in my play session, as long as I'll patiently wait for loading screens and all that.
Yeah, and I know that some of those disconnects are probably going to happen at inopportune times and result in my ship fireballing before I get back in. But whatever.
I will fly. I will fly safer. I will fly safer and whatnot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. The topic for this stream is something that. Okay. I'm just gonna say it. So, dual agents is what I called it, and this is something that actually comes from Minion Soldier.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, because I had this idea as well, and when I had the idea, it sounded really good to me. But then when he had the idea, I was like, bro, this is wrong. because he explained it in the other way, and this is not against Minion Soldier. That might be a surprise to you. It's
That
just
kind of
that
is, yeah.
like listening to his, and this is like the video that we bashed on anyways, but that's back then it sparked this whole thing for me where I wanted to have my main account. I'm always playing Alliance, Lawful, whatever the fuck I'm playing, you know. I just feel better like that. By the way, I have nothing against people who are playing unlawful stuff. As a matter of fact, I will probably play piracy as well. But I'm gonna be a troll pirate, right? So I'm not gonna make people suffer. I'm gonna do everything, and if they're not being dicks, I'm gonna reward that and you know make their day where they're like, at least it wasn't, you know, cutlet.
See, yeah. I plan on playing unlawful, but
Like
I
Paul?
was kind of under the impression that the you know like that you were going to have two accounts to play lawful and unlawful gameplay. So I was like,
Yes.
well, I'm just going to be really careful on my main
Or you
account.
can get caught, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
if
on
you're
my
super good and you don't get caught on your lawful account while playing unlawful. So here's let's just put it in the perspective quickly. So my main account full lawful. I'm not doing anything wrong. If I end up in trouble, I pay for it. Go to prison. Apologize to UE. Whatever the fuck, you know.
yeah,
We're friends
yeah.
again. We're good. And my alt account is going to be unlawful. And when you say like this, it's fine, right? So because you want to try, it's like playing Horde in the Alliance. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah.
However, the what's the word? Malversation? Is that the word? Mal, mal,
I don't recognize that.
anyways, new word. The fact that I am both lawful and unlawful in Star Citizen, which is a game of high risk and consequence, and the fact that I can steal shit as an unlawful and send money or goods to my lawful account so that my lawful account can do unlawful stuff without consequence is kind of worrying to me. Because if you're playing Horde in the Alliance, you can't send stuff from your, well, back in the days you couldn't, like you couldn't send your, when it mattered, you couldn't send gold from your Horde character, you know, to your Alliance character, right? So just taking World of Warcraft for an example,
yeah, but they changed that though.
Yes, but it doesn't affect it's not the same kind of game anymore where it matters.
Yeah.
Soon we're gonna have everyone being together against, like, you know what I mean. Anyways, I really see this as a potential game breaking issue, like full on game breaking issue, because imagine a corporation of 100 people that has to pay the bills and everything, and then if you're like, let's say you're Test or, you know, some big corp, and then your corp leader says, okay, everyone needs an alt account and we're doing raids, and then instead of like using that, they're funding their lawful accounts with,
yeah. Okay, but hear me out here. How is that really different from the overall game perspective?
Here's how it is.
Than having a mirror guild where like
let me explain. So for unlawful gameplay is high risk, high reward plus potentially consequence.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say you are flying your character for cargo. I bring you out of quantum, lock you in place, come on board, steal that shit, kill you, but then I send all of that to my other account.
Yeah.
So my account ends up in prison, but realistically, my main account has no consequence and is just continuing to play.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. And then I can just leave my alt account in prison to rot, whatever. And then 3 days later, and literally the way I figure this out that is wrong.
There is still consequence though, because that character. Like you're still like not. If you wanted to keep doing crime because you find that game fun, well, you can't if you
No,
just
no,
let your
we're talking
guy
about two different things. Okay, so let's put it this way. So if you want to be an unlawful player, you're gonna be an unlawful player. You might even have two
Mhm.
accounts and play two unlawful accounts so that you have, no cooldown, whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah.
If you're playing a lawful player, having an unlawful account might be a problem. You understand what I'm saying? And literally the way he says this is like, well, what? I'm gonna do a crime, and then when my character ends up in prison, I'm either gonna go and play another game or just play my lawful account. And
Yeah.
that's, I mean, the prison would serve a purpose there of them not being able to wreak havoc anymore for a certain period of time, which is good because it technically protects the player from like constantly, delivering unlawful gameplay on them. But the profitability is a problem, probably.
Well, one thing, and if anybody's listening, feel free to correct me. But one thing that they talked about initially when they were looking at implementing prisons in the long term was that there was no way to just log off and not be in prison when you log back in.
I think they
So
gave
that
up on that idea.
I think they
And
gave up on it for now because of the state of the game. But it would not surprise me if long term, if you go to prison and you log off, well, guess
sure,
what? You wake up in prison.
sure, but Maso, you're gonna have two accounts. Like you can have two clients. I mean, what? Yeah, you're gonna have K in on the other account. What difference does it make?
Well, okay, first of all, then you're having to run 2 clients, which a lot of people probably aren't gonna be able to. Basically, what I'm saying is, like, the multi-account things have been around since there have been MMOs,
But no
and
MMOs have this kind of idea, though. That's the problem.
with risk and reward.
Yeah.
Um, but again, I just, like,
You
there's
also, on
a
your
couple.
unlawful account, you don't give a shit if your character dies. You know what I mean? Like, so what?
Well,
Because if you have a
you
skill, you can always fund the other ship or whatever from your main account and go
this is the
and
thing
do
though too,
shit.
like, your unlawful account is subject to reputation as well. So if your unlawful character dies, then you do lose all that reputation that affords you the ability
You
to kind of
don't
take
need
part in.
a reputation to steal a ship from another player.
True.
So you don't care about reputation. You're not an unlawful player. You're not playing. This has nothing to
So
do with people who want to play unlawful gameplay. This
it's
is
about
about
people
people who are
abusing a system.
exploiting. Exactly.
Yeah. Um, well, I guess like the other part, okay, so the abuse that you're concerned about is basically lawful players getting all the money from from an unlawful player, correct? Like from because like they said, like
Could be
risk
so many
reward,
things.
right?
Let's say you're a trader and I am
Mhm.
a trader and we are running the same shit, and then you relog and you fuck me up, right? And then you're trading and I don't have a ship anymore. I mean, it can be abused in so many ways. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's
Yeah.
any way of preventing that.
Well, I think the other thing I'm struggling with this conversation or with this topic, to be honest. Like, I don't really know if I have much because I haven't given this any thought.
Yeah.
But also, like the other thing is like in theory, there's nothing saying that you couldn't. Like, for example, I'll use this as an example. My brother plans on playing full unlawful when he's playing this game. What's to stop him from robbing a, and this is something we've actively talked about and I'm sure has been talked about elsewhere too, him robbing a ship, giving me all the stolen
Yeah.
goods to go sell.
I know, right?
That's gameplay essentially, like I'm basically just his fence.
Yeah, but then you are
um
right. They find
or
you with that shit. That's a different thing. This is more of
sure, but
like if he sells
what's
everything, he does all the dirty work and then send you 3 million alpha UC for no reason.
sure, but
But why would he do
he
that?
could, because he's my brother and maybe he's rich and I'm broke. Like that's
Sure, but
stuff's
what
gonna
if you are your
happen
own brother?
anyway.
That's the thing. Like, if another player goes through the struggle to give third player money because they want,
But
there's nothing wrong with that.
from a gameplay perspective, how is it different? If somebody who's reaped the benefits of risk reward is funding somebody on the lawful side, how is that any different than somebody who just did the risk reward on one account and then transferred it to their other account? Like, how
The
is it different?
difference is that if proven right, this will be meta gameplay. It's almost like Evo Live is having issues with bots, for example, or old school RuneScape, for example,
Mhm.
because people are, going to do repetitive stuff to get a lot of money, even if it's like tiny amounts of money. But if it's repeated for a long time, they're gonna keep doing it automated to just like gain
Yeah,
from it.
but in
Now,
this case, especially if you're gonna play unlawful,
no, no,
there's no way to
no, no,
automate
no,
that.
you're not
That's
gonna
the high
automate
risk.
it. But if that becomes meta gameplay, I feel like that will hurt the game in a way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
think you're right to be concerned about it because I think CIG is also concerned about it because they
that would be
have
amazing.
now this was a long time ago, but they did mention that they don't want, for example, like they don't that is one of the reasons that they specifically don't want you to be able to have more than one character per account. Um
Yeah, which goes in their
so
pockets because we're gonna have two characters, two accounts. Let me tell
so
you one
you
thing
know
as well. So I'm kind of playing also devil's advocate here. I don't necessarily want them to police this stuff either, but it is concerning to me. That's the bottom line. And then again, we know that we're going to be like maybe up to 10% of world's population, if not even less, compared to NPCs. So technically,
yeah.
if I'm doing this, it's not affecting you and your gameplay. Maybe, probably, unless I'm directly,
Yeah.
not allowing you to
But
play without consequence. But
even if it becomes the meta, I mean, at the end of the day, on one of those accounts, you are still going to have the skill and knowledge to be able to pull off that high risk, high reward gameplay. And that character is going to face the consequences of those things too, insofar as if you screw up, like you're going to end up in prison. And if they do if they do follow through with what they initially said about, like, there's no logging off when you're in prison. Well, I mean, you just log
it
back in
doesn't
and you're
matter.
still in prison
Yeah,
because you have to, like, they want
I
prison
I think
to
they have to
be
change that.
gameplay as opposed to punishment.
I
And that's the thing.
that's
That's the
never gonna
reason
work,
right
bro.
now. Well,
No, if you think that's gonna work, that's never gonna work because no matter how much they develop, are they going to develop prison simulator then? Because how different will prison time be every time you screw up? And then why would people even play unlawful if they always have to fucking rot in prison? Like that's not something I want either. And it's
yeah.
people like this is Chris Roberts like fucking tripping that can be, and some other people that can be a thing. And I don't want that. I want people to like, sure, prison can be a thing, but you should be able to bribe or like get, which they said is going to be a thing, right? So, but
That's
it, right, but in that case, like
those
we
are my
need another
rebuttals to
penalty,
this.
huh?
Is that that's my rebuttal to this, and that's honestly probably why I feel like this should maybe be an imagination station
It
instead of the
is.
actual
This
topic,
is
because
everything.
a lot of this is unknown. Because if it turns out that, for example, like, a lot of this also hinges on reputation, and a lot of this game, they've said, is going to hinge on reputation, and they have said that prison is going to be a very important part of reputation for an unlawful player. So if you're just having this as a dummy account, of course that doesn't matter to you, but in that case, fine, rot in jail. Like, you're technically exploiting. So, like, if you're not going to turn prison into what it's intended to do, which is to build your unlawful character, then
There
I'm
is a
sorry, but
way to
I have no pity for you. Then rot in jail, basically, because you're exploiting.
there is a way to
Um,
police this, kind of, which some other games did, where if you, let's say you end up in prison and you get out of prison, right?
Mhm.
You bribed or whatever, or paid out. Like maybe you can pay
Yep.
to get out of prison
Yep.
legally. This is a
Or just
thing.
pay to not be arrested in the first place.
Sure.
You know, like again, reputation wise, and in a case of a universe where they want there to be, like for example, Hurston, those guys are definitely going to be somebody that's like are more willing to take bribes and shit like that because they're slimy. You know what I mean?
Unless you're hurting
Like,
their business.
wow, I'm just using this as an example,
Yes.
basically. Like, I'm sure that you'll be able to go to places in the universe where it's corrupt, and instead of facing the consequences, you can buy your way out.
Sure.
Um, but
Let's say, let me just,
again, like,
if you spend too short of an amount of time actually playing outside of the prison, let's say you're in prison like 12 hours and then you play for half an hour and you end up in prison again, and you're in prison 12 hours, you get out, you're out there for like 40 minutes, you're in prison again, then the game should actually maybe punish you and not allow you to get out of the prison area away, but actually fucking rotting in prison. Maybe. Again, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
or by like for example, now if you get out of prison, guess what? That's on your record, man. Good luck finding a job down in the States when you're a felon.
Which again, you don't give a shit about if you're playing an alt account that is just there to.
Yeah, but in
fuel
that
your
case,
local
like
account.
again, like if you're just cheesing it, then like you don't care about any of that, and you may end up just rotting in prison. And in that case, fine, you're cheesing it. Then
That's
there are
it.
your consequences.
Per Windows copy, you can have one account.
Yeah. Wow. It's not going to happen.
I
but,
know.
Yeah.
I know. Also,
Hey,
I
a lot
think
of this remains to be seen, like because we're missing so many parts
of
of the game.
course
We're
it's
missing
just
so
like
many parts of
this just
prison. We're
crossed
missing,
my mind. I was like,
yeah,
this is definitely imagination and topic, I guess. And here's another thing. I think a lot of people think that notorious pirates and the most successful pirate players will be unlawful players, which is not the truth. Like I
Mhm.
really firmly believe that the good pirate will be lawful player, which
Yeah,
will be
they're the
very
ones that,
skillful. Exactly. So he's gonna
yeah,
have
they're
his
the ones that don't
pawns.
have the record.
Exactly. They're gonna have their pawns. They're gonna be very skillful at like getting out of the shitty situations. If they end up like, I want this as well. Like if I have
Well,
to
they're
end
not
up
going to
in
get into
jail,
the shitty situations in the first place.
yeah. But if it happens, maybe they can send a clone or someone else to serve the sentence instead of them, or something like that. Like, I mean, like crazy shit, Like, oh, someone goes in and says, "No, I did it." It
Yeah.
was not Cutlet. I did it, but we
Yeah.
found
And
like
meanwhile,
it's his pistol. I stole it from Cutlet.
yeah, yeah, totally. And and Cutlass just like paying this guy like here's like $1 million credits.
Yeah.
Go to jail for me, basically.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, sure, $1 million, and I just have to spend some time in jail. And
then
all
people
right.
would think like, how would that even benefit Cutlet to give so much money? But simple, because the
Yeah, he's pulling
chances,
off heists.
yeah,
that are like
and the
worth
chance
10
of
million
him
bucks.
ending in that situation will be rare, probably. Like he's not gonna be.
Yeah.
If you focus on this, you're not gonna end up in prison. Like people do. So there's the high-low sec system in EVE Online is really fucking good and punishing for anyone who doesn't know what they're doing. Like you fire at the person that you're not supposed to fire at, you get fucked immediately by police. Like they're there in like 10 seconds. You can't escape unless you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
And one really good player can troll and make your day ugly in EVE Online and never get caught by police. But they know they're really good at the game. And you can't just watch a YouTube video and be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be this. Sure, in a year.
You know what I also could see as part of like the like a tool in the unlawful toolbox? Using stolen ships to do the crime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're not doing it in your own ships. You're like stealing somebody's ship
So,
and then using that to go like do a heist and then ditching the ship afterwards.
This is crazy. I had news this morning on my Google feed where a guy, I'm not gonna name the country or anything, but he rented a BMW, then robbed the place in that BMW that was rented, and then went to the dealership and tried to buy that same BMW that he did heist with the stolen money, and I think he fucking managed. But then they tracked him down and locked him up. Like there you go, bro. Like in real life, this is real life. It's not like a game, but like, holy shit, dude. Like 5-head take. Why did you buy another BMW, motherfucker?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like at the end of the day, I
just
would
fucking
remains to be
rent.
seen.
Just rent the Cutlass Black.
Yeah, like they've already said you might be able to like get like fake ID and shit like that. So you use your like fake ID to like rent something to do a heist in.
Pay someone like
I don't know.
I mean, you can be a noodle. You can be noodle and be like, "Hey, Cheg, I am busy here. Could you rent a Cutlass Black for me, please?" And I'm like, "Sure." It's 40,000, whatever the fuck, I'll rent it for noodle. And I deliver it and I go on my way, and all of a sudden I'm like, holy shit, there's like UE Mantis and fucking 2 Cutlass Blues, and I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Hey, Noodle, what did you do? I don't know.
Oh, man. No, I really. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm listening.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, like, also, that's hilarious, but also, oh man, you control somebody so badly.
New players. And I hope they don't police trolling new players too much, because that's what Eve does, and that's why I love Eve. I told you this so many times. Like, you start playing the game and there's a loot box that says new player free loot, and you go and open. The moment you open someone's loot box, they kill you.
Crime.
And then you write a ticket and you're like, this guy's killing me all the time, because now they have bounty on you because you stole their shit. And TAG will tell you, well, next time don't steal their shit. And you're like, but it said free loot. Now you know.
Yeah.
Tough luck, brother. Like, that's how you learn. And I like that. Fuck it. We all went through that. I like that. Like, the motherfuckers will leave drones. Like, they will leave their mining drones. And you go and you're like, oh, 2 drones. I'm just going to scoop this. Someone forgot it. And then he unstealths.
Yeah.
You're like, holy shit. Run. For 2 drones.
I guess I'm more worried about like the literal were like dual agents interpretation, not necessarily 2 accounts, but like people who are going to get into an org, and like I have done in Eve, I've heard anyways, like where people will under false pretenses join a corporation,
for years,
work their way up, and then
years.
Yeah. And then be like, haha, I got the keys now, motherfuckers. Everything's mine. Kick everybody. Goodbye.
Not only that, we had 2 situations in Eve where one, we had someone in our org and in a massive fleet with 7 different TeamSpeak servers. We were like jumping around like crazy, doing something, doesn't matter. And then all of a sudden we jump through like 100 chips straight into a trap. We had a scout, no one was there, like straight into a trap. Guess what? That motherfucker was a year in our clan, corp. But his main account is in the corp in a very small corp that all of a sudden overnight became a very big corp. It's like, and we got fucked. like these things are crazy, and it was so difficult to figure out what's happening.
That is gonna happen. I guarantee
I
you
hope
shit like
so.
that is gonna happen in Star Citizen, and I'm not really looking forward to that.
I am, because we will never forget these things.
True.
Even though we ended up at the low end of it, it's painful, but it makes sure it's holy game. Holy shit, this game is alive. However, this can only happen in traditional MMO. Like, if you have 50 people per server, forget about this.
Yeah,
like, it's never gonna happen.
Well, the only again remains to be seen what the org kind of game looks like, but like if
Also
using the
multiple
permission
orgs.
system, somebody was going to basically be able to have access to like org storerooms or org ship hangars or something like that,
Sure.
then
Yeah, but people will be very careful with that, right? But then it's the information. Like the information is in the end. Like
yeah,
in the space games
that's true. Yeah.
where
Yeah.
you move stuff, it's always the information that if you, because you're doing everything stealthily, so it's all
Yeah.
the surprise effect. And if someone
Well, yeah.
knows about your surprise, you're fucked. Like there's, because we
Like,
know already, like there's not gonna be, it's not a battleground. You're not gonna fight 5v5 fair and square. No,
yeah.
you're gonna bring 20 against 5 because you know they have 5. But if they
Yeah,
know you're gonna
exactly.
come
Yeah.
with 20, they're gonna wait for you with 75. Which you
Yeah.
and you'll be like, wait, what? And they were like, well, we paid tests to protect us. Like today.
or very specifically, again, like people playing the long game like they do in Eve, man. Like, say, I don't know, I'm just gonna pull, like, say ADI starts the game and the leadership in ADI automatically knows, hey, test, we're gonna fuck those guys up. And they play the long game and they get somebody
Implementation.
into test, and they basically
Infiltration,
like
sorry. Yeah.
infiltration, yeah, they kind of like continuously force their way towards a conflict, and they
Even
trigger
feed
that
them
conflict.
information, like tell test that we're
Exactly,
gonna
yeah.
be here.
Yeah, they trigger that conflict precisely when they have the information they need to basically break their back
Yeah.
before there's even a chance to really have any sort of pitched battle.
This is
That's gonna
amazing.
be brutal, man.
Yes, but this is very important for a proper space economy built MMO, because this will not affect a trading corporation, but directly, but it will
Well, it
affect them
could.
because everyone will talk about this for months. This will be
Dude,
big
how do you
news.
think that wouldn't affect trading corporations?
It will.
Same
It will affect trading.
situation. Pirate goes into trade organization, finds out exactly where their biggest high money
Okay,
hauls
listen.
are, and
Wait.
then
But like,
triggers the trap.
what I'm saying is like it's not gonna affect my 10-player trading corporation.
Oh,
You know what
okay.
I mean?
Yeah.
It's gonna affect titans of the
Yes,
game.
it's true.
And this
Yeah.
will be massive news for smaller players who are majority of the game, right?
Yeah.
So it might shake the economy, which probably wouldn't. Like big wars in Eve shake the economy big time because everything is player made.
Yeah.
However, here we're not going to have that because we're not going to manufacture ships.
No, but it very well, like, large conflicts between larger orgs in this, even with us being outnumbered 10-1 by NPCs, are still going to
Demand.
have localized effects.
For sure,
It's not going
but
to
not
cause
on the
like,
same scale.
yeah, it would be more like a battle, like a large scale battle over a system would
I mean,
definitely
lost
affect.
ships. Like if Origin needs to produce 25 890 jumps, that's a bad example. But like, let's say Aegis needs to produce 400 hammerheads because Test lost the battle. Of course, it's going to affect the economy because now you have to deliver shitloads
All
of
those power plants,
titanium.
all those,
Whatever. Yeah.
all those components are going to go up in price because
Not to
they're in
mention
demand.
how much ammo will be lost in one war and whatnot.
But
Because
I still think that, like, except in the very, very largest situations, it's probably only going to have an impact across like one system, maybe two systems, kind of a thing, depending. I mean, we'll see. I mean, ultimately, this is imagined territory, right? So,
yeah,
but like yeah, like it absolutely would. It will absolutely disrupt local economy,
sure.
But yeah. So that's that. When I saw you put down dual agents or double agents, that's the first thing that jumped to my mind was like people infiltrating orgs, playing the long game, and then just like dealing devastating blows, from the inside. And while you're right, those are awesome stories and they're super newsworthy and stuff like that. Ouch, man. Ouch.
This is why insurance will play a big role, but I'm not talking about like ship insurance. Big orgs insure themselves with other orgs and stuff like that. So you will have to have your smart way out. So
you're in an alliance then. So if
Right.
somebody breaks the back of Test, well, Test is a part of, you know, this alliance of
Alliances are
organizations,
so
and
important. Exactly.
yeah, and those guys come in and just like,
Every
kick the shit
corp.
out of anybody
Not
who's
only
or
that, they
retaliate.
help. They help restore, you know,
Mhm,
um,
mhm.
resources of that, like either like ships or whatever, cargo or whatever they've lost, and bring Test back. Because at the same time, that's the part of the alliance. That's what people don't understand. Like the alliance is actually, well, majority of the people who like don't play Eve or whatever, like alliance is there for this situation. Like alliances are not there to fight together. Sometimes it happens. Like there's big alliance
Yeah,
wars happening, but
yeah,
it's extremely rare because no one wins.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
just like in real world. Like states and Russia will not fight in states or Russia. No, they're gonna fight in a third country. What, you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like it's
Which
just the
happened all throughout the Cold War,
exactly. Like
like,
it's just the reality, because you don't, and that this is the same. Like you don't want your two big alliances to clash, because in the end, no one wins. You get
yeah,
bragging rights for winning, but the losses are
yeah,
just not worth doing it if you're a big alliance.
yeah,
Um.
it makes sense.
So yeah, a corp might lose a lot of stuff, and then the alliance will back them up, and then guess what? Then the revenge happens, of course. But yeah,
That's man, that's almost a whole other imagined topic actually, is
with
like
like corps alliances,
politics. The
absolutely, yeah.
politics
Player
of Star Citizen.
politics, yeah.
But again, this all hinges on the fact of, do we get a traditional MMO?
See
Do
the
we actually get that?
politics, and you can have massive alliances even with like 100 people in the shard. It doesn't really matter if if everything's shared. The only problem is how do you get like 700 ships on a 100-player shard?
But here's the thing though. If you don't have that traditional one universe of an MMO, what is there to fight over?
Resources, because just like now, well,
Which
hear me out.
servers?
No, you can't. Can you switch server now to get Laranite?
Well, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about in well, but you can if you're going to mine that Laranite, you know?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem that
Yeah.
World of Warcraft had, and this is crazy. So they tried so many things, and sharding just screwed up gathering profession,
It
which
really
in
did, yeah.
essence is mining, right? So basically, what they tried is, okay, we're gonna shard everything so the game is fluent, smooth, but then
Yeah.
the resources stay there, motherfucker. Like if someone gets a Black Lotus, it's gone. So what ended up happening is like I find the Black Lotus on my shard, and I start like,
And it disappears
it
halfway through.
disappears because someone else on the other shard started like half a second before me,
Yeah.
and I don't even see that person. I'm like, what?
Or even more infuriating was like you see it and then you cross an invisible shard line and it disappears
It
because you
disappears.
went into a different
Yes.
shard. And
Or
that thing
you're
isn't
like
there in that other
mining
shard.
it, mining it, and then you mine it, and then there's like a server lag, and then nothing happens. And sometimes it
Yeah.
gets in your mail, sometimes it doesn't. Then they
And
tried.
meanwhile,
In the
yeah,
end,
just
what they
like
did, they it's like everyone
everybody
can
can
mine
pick it.
and that
Yep.
that broke the whole economy of the game, because like now
Well,
everything
it
is
did for
fucking worthless, right?
gathering. Yeah. I
So
remember that. That
that's why.
happened in the Cataclysm.
Yeah, but
And then
then
like I just remember like metals prices and stuff like that just fell through the floor.
yep,
Like
yeah.
because they were just worthless.
Not only
Because there
that,
was so much.
but then bots became viable because everyone can get anything. So guess what? You can have 10 players multi-boxing on a bot, getting the same Black Lotus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which breaks the economy, because then you can sell it for like 1/10 of the
Yeah.
price and still profit. And yeah.
And that's we'd still be dealing with that if we didn't have the MMO aspect in the true sense of the word, or rather it is a problem that they would have to solve.
Well, with
You
the
know, if
NPC
there were
economy,
different
maybe,
servers.
because
But
World of
like
Warcraft
what
doesn't have
I'm
that.
thinking is like if there's multiple shards, there's no area control. And if there's no area control, like a lot of these like big, large kind of like large scale conflicts, I just and all the politicking that goes along with it, like it's so reduced if you can't,
For
you
sure,
know,
unless like the
if
respawn
you
is a
don't have a
thing.
persistent universe.
Do you
You
think
know?
respawn will be a thing, like for materials?
No, they've said, well, yes and no, but they have said that like they want minerals to be finite on a planet. So like there is literally only so much laranite on um
Yeah, but it
Daymar or
doesn't matter.
whatever.
Yeah,
But but like where I could see them kind of changing on it, because obviously like if things get like fully mined out, it's not fun because nobody goes there anymore because it's
I
done.
don't think that's a good
Like
idea.
nobody.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, and I think what they'll probably end up doing is they'll just have like a like periodically they'll just kind of like do a refresh and be like, oh, surprise, there's a new vein of laranite discovered on this planet. And it might be something you have to like pay attention to the news for or whatever, right? But they've said that they want at least to an extent they want resources
I
like
think
mining resources in an area to be finite.
that should be like it should never respawn, but like it should be randomly generated around the planet. In places where, so let's say you have to like dig for laranite, right? So it's in a cave or whatever, but you have to like find a cave or something, and then that cave is full of laranite. Whatever you pick up everything, there's not no laranite ever again in that cave. Sure, but like there's another cave that opens up or something like that. You can find it.
Yeah, well, they'll have to do something like that, like I said, because like having it so something can just get mined out and then and then
Or
everybody
they
moves
can
on
make that the
isn't really good
planets and moons
gameplay.
have finite amount, but then asteroids are like the endless resource, basically, right?
It is true because even today, I mean, we're constantly discovering new asteroids.
I mean, just imagine Aaron Halo, like the size of that thing.
Yeah,
It's like again, that is unmineable, right? Plus, you're so distracted, like disoriented there, that it can just pop up new like nodes with
mm,
right,
yeah,
especially because it's
remains to
moving
be
and all
seen.
that.
Remains to be seen how they do that for sure. But
Because I guess
yeah,
you can map out the planet always. You can have a coordinates on it, but like in a fucking asteroid belt, would we be able to actually like have coordinates in a moving asteroid belt? That'd be crazy.
well, we don't know if the asteroids are going to move yet. I hope they do. That would be sick because that's how you do your respawns. You just like,
That's what I'm saying,
like if
right?
you're sitting at the quanta screen or whatever, you can see where all the people are in this system. So you just pick
Shit,
somewhere where people aren't,
bro.
spawn an asteroid, and then send it on a
It's
trajectory.
actually simple. It's actually perfectly fine. Like let's say Stanton runs out of Laranite completely, right? And it's a problem, but this is the reality of any world, right?
Hmm.
And then you have to go to Nyx to mine Laranite. I'm just, for example. And then we run out of Laranite on every system, right? And then, oh shit, the new the new wormhole is open to a new system.
Yep.
And guess what? It's
Yep.
fucking rich
Do
with
that.
Laranite. You know what I mean?
Then you have everybody flooding to an area, and then conflict occurs and gameplay
Yeah.
occurs. Which, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so like I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a bad idea at the core to have finite resources. I just think that if you want there to be some sort of longevity to your game, there has to be some sort of refreshing at some point. And that very same situation, like I said, like you just outlined with like a new discovery, like that could very easily happen without even being a new reason.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
like I said, all you got to
Like
do
plants
is
are big.
basically have like a new like somebody like respawn and then wait for somebody to like find it as they're scanning or something like that. And next thing you know, it's in the news like, oh my god, mother load of this found in previously mined out system or whatever. And sure enough, you have this big flood of like players and pirates and
Yeah.
everything back to the area. So
True,
I
true.
I like the idea of things being finite because it does it spawns like a gameplay and like a desire to control
If we're
territory
not sharded,
if
then it
we're
does.
not sharded.
So
Yeah.
many differences.
Even if we are sharded, I mean it could still end up kind of like if it's done right and it's like done big enough, it could still end up being something that's ends up being gameplay. But so much unknown.
Yeah, there's definitely issues with charging, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, man. You don't want a
Yep.
game that doesn't work
No.
because there's no
No.
way
If
of, you know.
my preference, obviously, is not to have that at all.
Yeah, but not
But I
at the
think,
cost
like you
of game
said,
being unplayable, right?
yes, yeah. Again, like you said, I think it's good to kind of like just keep that in our mind, just in case it turns out that they can't, pan this out.
Yeah.
But
All right,
so what are we at? We're at 3 hours.
let's go to your zero effort science section.
Okay. This week I randomly was like hunting around for a zero effort science section. And again, if you're new here, you haven't seen this before, I am not a scientist, but I am a big nerd, and I like to kind of try to pick a topic about something that CIG does well from a science perspective or does not so well. And in this case, one of the things I was kind of looking into, because I wasn't sure if this was something that was going to be something CIG did well or poorly, and that is the topic of binary and trinary star systems in the universe. And at first, I was thinking like, oh, they don't do that well. I
Can,
don't know of any multi-star
can you just
systems.
explain what that means? Because
Okay, what that means is basically a star system that's formed with more than one star in it. And actually, from a real life perspective, we are discovering that like between 30 and 60%, there's some gray area there because some people think that it's how
Earth
we've
is
been doing
flat.
the sampling, but a lot, like between 30 and 60% of all star systems that we've observed are multi-star systems. So either with one, two, or sorry, two, three, maybe even four. I haven't really looked into that, but like multiple star systems or stars in that system. And
Coming here unprepared, man.
what, you are or me?
No, you. You said you don't know.
Oh, well, I
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
oh, it's
I'm
there's
just.
4 stars. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
actually, because it's something I just thought of now. I was like, wait, what about four or more stars? I don't know anything about that. But yeah, so it turns out that yes, a lot of stars in our night sky are actually multiple stars, and it turns out that these star systems can actually have planets and stable orbits around them too. So then I was like, well, okay, let's see, does Star Citizen have planet or systems with multiple stars in them? And it turns out, yeah, actually they do. I mean, it's not
I did not think this will
according.
happen, honestly. Like, I'm surprised.
You don't think it'll happen?
No, no, no. I did not think it would
Oh,
happen. That's
oh
all.
yeah. Well, that's because like in a lot of sci-fi, you don't really see that. I
Yeah,
mean, the
exactly.
only thing I can think of, like, there's a couple Star Trek episodes, I'm sure, that have multiple star
Well,
system,
well, in Elite
and
Dangerous, you have them.
yeah, which
Obviously,
makes
because
sense.
they are using the actual Milky Way.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, totally. But and then Star Wars, I think the only one they show there is Tatooine, has where Tatooine has 2 stars. But yeah, anyways, they're actually really interesting, and it turns out that yeah, that you can tell Sherry Heisenberg has been or hyper. I always mispronounce her last name. I'm pretty sure it's not Heisenberg.
Isn't it Heisberg?
Um,
I
Heisenberg?
will check it out. You continue with your
Sherry,
thing.
anyways, like when you do some reading around the Galactopedia, you can definitely see that she's been writing about multi-star systems because there's a bunch of them, and a lot of them sound really interesting. Specifically, there's one I was reading about, the Tyrrell system, which is actually a binary pair that's actually really close to going nova. So it's like close to the end of the star's life, or the star system's life, because one of the pairs is a white dwarf, and a white dwarf star, if you don't know, is a star that's basically exhausted all of its fusion fuel and is already basically like it's just basically a glowing like core of a star. And the other star that's in the pair is a subdwarf, so a very very large star that is slowly basically kind of orbiting closer and closer towards this white dwarf. And what happens in a situation like this is that once that white dwarf that's really dense starts to pull material off of that larger star, when it hits that white dwarf, you end up with a nova because you get a huge amount of energy released from all this matter that all of a sudden gets tossed onto this like super hot core of a star. And yeah, in this case, they basically said like within the next couple thousand years at the most, this entire system is basically going to be wiped out by a nova when all this material hits that white dwarf.
So
And
before Star Citizen releases, or no? But that actually means that it will not happen while we are playing the game, like in game. How well
maybe.
we're playing year by year. What do you mean,
They
maybe?
said like, if you read the Galactic Guide thing, it says that it's kind of an unknown. So it's entirely
Okay.
possible that at some point the devs could basically say, "And there's a fucking emergency here now because turns out this is going to happen sooner than we thought,
Miscalculation. Yeah.
and everybody's got to get the fuck out of Tyrol before that star
Or
blows up
not.
or not and dies." Um, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that'd be
so
cool.
yeah, so anyways, like just at a quick
But
glance,
that
it looks like there is actually like multiple star systems here that have
if
more than
that
one
happens,
star
sorry,
in them.
if that happens, it should be one time event ever,
Yeah,
because it's so rare for such things to happen because of like how often that happens, right? So
yeah,
if we had like two of these explosions, supernovas, whatever it's called, it would be kind of dumb, right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
once, I mean,
Well, to
it's
be fair, this is
possible.
not a supernova.
Okay, I don't know.
It's
Yeah.
a nova.
Okay. So her name
But they are different.
is Sherry Heiberg,
Hyper.
Hei Berg.
Yeah. Anyways, she's awesome, and I can tell she
She's
was in
super
here
awesome.
because she really goes into detail about the planets in the system as well, and like how being a part of that kind of more active kind of like stellar pair has like affected them and stuff like that, and it's super cool. The one thing that I haven't found yet in Star Citizen, as far as like how these planets and star systems kind of form and things like that. The one thing that I haven't seen is binary systems where the stars are very far apart because that is something that does happen. Like they're not always in close orbit to each other. Sometimes there are binary and trinary systems where the stars are so far apart that they actually have individual planet systems that have developed in stable orbits around the stars, but the stars are still kind of like locked in a gravitational
Oh
kind of
shit!
an orbit of each other.
I wonder how would that
Um,
affect like how would that
oh,
feel from the surface of that planet, or that is part
there's
of
a
it.
lot of ways. Like one, there's situations where like they could literally be exchanging planets. Like when these stars kind of like get to a certain point and planets kind of
Or
get
like
to a
having
certain
like
point,
different trajectories, or
they could be gravitationally disturbed and end up in the orbit of the other star. You could
oh
have
shit.
situations where it chucks a planet out of the star system, but when they're that far apart, they do orbit very slowly.
Mm.
So usually if there was going to be things that destabilized the planet's orbits at that point, they'd have been probably happened already, but maybe not. But there's a lot of cool things that can happen in binary and trinary systems. Not to mention, like from a gameplay perspective, like imagine where like you are in a binary system that is huge because like that star is like maybe the wormhole opens in orbit around one of those stars, but in order to get to that other star that's part of that binary pair, you got to fly,
Dude,
you
in
know.
Elite Dangerous, uh like when they have like three different phases. Like you can fly, and then you can jump, and then there's like another kind of jump, and then
Yeah,
like whatever. Crazy. I can't explain it, but yeah.
I've heard like super cruise and
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah. But then, so when you're not jumping from system to system, it's like one basically GIF or whatever that you're flying through. Um, and then but once you're in the system, right? You're in the system, you still have to like jump, but this is like you actually flying your ship,
mm.
going through. Like imagine like Quantum Drive that we have.
Yeah,
Like you're still in charge of your ship, and you have to like
that's
speed
the way
up,
it used
slow
to be.
down.
Hey,
Okay,
like
but
when 3.0 first released, the quantum drive was like you're actually steering
it would
still.
be
It was
kind
just
of interesting because I mean you can't
I
really like steer, but it's like you
yeah.
can affect it with like speed and
There are
whatnot, right?
there are some people who think that we are going to get that back, and I'm not really sure about their information, but they, like I've heard multiple people say that they're,
Well, current
like they're
quantum jump
confident
is
that they're
fucking
gonna.
boring. Let me tell you that.
It
I
really
don't know
is.
if
Yeah,
I
it is.
want something like that back or not. Anyways, my point is, when I jump, like when you start the game, you're like these starting systems which are relatively small, not because
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
because
yeah,
it
yeah.
is like that, right? And you jump from like star to the, because you always jump to the star where you can like scoop fuel and whatnot, and then you jump to certain planets around the star, right?
Mm,
It takes like a couple of minutes to like jump from star to from this, depending if you're like
yeah.
given. And then I was exploring a lot, and then I would get so fucking confused because sometimes it takes me like 10, 15 minutes to jump from the sun to the other sun to the
Ah, and it
planet.
turns out,
It's in the same system, right? So
right.
holy, it would take me like half an hour to get, because I found a planet that on the map looks like it's maybe Earth-like planet, so,
Mhm.
or like a water world, which if I scan, I get a lot of money and whatnot. Um, Habitable or whatever,
Yeah.
And it would take me like half an hour to get, to get to that point, and then I can jump out of the system immediately once I'm there. But like the
Mhm.
distance there is, it's kind of crazy because I think they go for that kind of realism where like, fuck it,
Yeah.
that planet is so fucking far away
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
sun that it will take you so much time to get there. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of cool. I don't
Well,
know.
imagine something similar to that in this case. So you like jump into one star, and then if you want to get to that other star that maybe has X amount of resources or rare resources or whatever, like, yeah, it's a long trip by a quantum drive because there's no jump gate there, which means that you maybe have to, be aware of like what kind of ship you're taking over there.
Okay,
You may have to go in like a Kraken or like a large ship
let's
that can
talk
actually
about that
make
for
that
a
jump.
moment, dude, because the jump gates that we have are
Mhm.
just openings, and like different openings of the same wormhole in Star Citizen.
Yeah.
We did not make them. We just discovered them and then like tweak the entrance so that our ships can get the boost or whatever the fuck it's
Yeah.
doing. Do you
Yeah.
think that we will have jump gates in the game as
No.
like shortcuts?
No,
Why? Within the same system.
because they have been pretty clear that those like even the gates that they went through the pyro or whatever, like those are just basically something that's stabilizing a wormhole that's
Yeah.
already
No,
there.
so I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
But like, let's say we have a system. Stanton is small, relatively small, right? I
Mm.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's like much bigger scale system.
Pyro's bigger
There
technically.
you go. So then, let's say, do you think in a system is like even bigger than Pyro? Why would humanity not like it could through the lore be possible to explain that we made a
Maybe.
jump
I
system?
I guess that's the reason why I don't think we will, because in the lore so far nobody's mentioned anything about like jump gates. And the other thing is like from a gameplay perspective, they want Star Citizen to feel big. They want it to feel like they want you to feel that scale, right? And you don't really feel that right now. But like, so I really don't think it'll be like that. I think it'll be Quantum Drive and that's it.
Yeah, but realistically, there might be a point where no ships can jump drive that far, and you don't have
Hmm.
RNRs, shit like that. What do you do? If you can hardly
Um
jump in Stanton with majority of the ships, do you understand
well,
what
we
I'm
don't
saying?
know. Yeah, we don't know how refueling's going to work. So, I don't know. Like I see what you're saying though, but I think
I'm
I
not
think it'll
saying
just
like
be.
every system should have like jump gates and whatnot, but like
Yeah, yeah.
maybe certain system with like a really rich corporation that is using, and I'm talking about like NPCs, not like, so
I
Hurston is like taking a lot of resources from certain system, and they have one like jump gate there, or if, because we also have those in Aeron Halo. What is the gate there for?
We don't really know. Supposedly, it's a place that they've used to clear a path through the asteroid.
But will you
And
jump through that gate, or will
I
you
think you have to arrive at the gate, fly through it, and then
jump
jump
out?
again from the other side. But I don't. Who knows, right? Like that seems really contrived to me.
It's open
But
as well because we don't know. But if they make that
yeah,
a short jump, for example, without using your resources, then
yeah.
I with certain
Personally,
rules,
I think more likely what you'll end up having is just like the ability to refuel. So, like they've already said that quantanium is going to be your quantum fuel is going to be like solid because it's mined, it's not a liquid or whatever. So maybe you just like if you're in a Carrack and you want to make a long distance trip, you just dedicate like X amount of your cargo bay to more fuel.
I know. But
Like,
like let's okay. Um, I watched this amazing TV show about Mars that I told you about. I don't know if you watched it.
yes, I did watch. Yeah, I
So
haven't finished it because I wanted to pick
sure,
it up and watch it again with Leah, but
yeah, yeah.
it was really cool.
But like the thing is, without like spoilers, the first thing, like without big spoilers, the first thing that humans do, like you send um scientists, biologists, like molecular
Yeah.
biologists, whatever, like so they can like figure out if we can live there and set up the first foundation and like. But the second thing that happened, like a big corporation sent miners there to exploit the planet, right? So
Yeah.
so realistically speaking, a big corporation will find a way to. You're going with Carrack, but once you found something with Carrack there,
Mm.
then someone will try to exploit that, right, for profit.
Sure.
Which is where I'm
And
seeing like possibility of NPCs making a game because yeah, you can fly there with Carrack, but can you fly there with
I,
prospectors? You know what I
I still
mean?
don't think it'll be a gate. Like ultimately, if it's a big corporation, they'll just build R&R refueling stations along the route.
20 RNR refueling stations.
Yeah,
How would that
maybe.
make
If
sense? Why would
if
they
it's
do that?
worth doing it, they'll do it. If
But
it's
that,
not
like
worth doing it,
RNR,
they won't. Well, or like any sort of even like the basic Cryastro refuel, they'll build refueling relays basically like that. Like I just don't think it necessitates them to, develop a like from the lore perspective or from a gameplay perspective, build gates instead. I think like there are methods that they could do with the current lore to make that happen. You know, in a way without like saying, oh, and by the way, we figured out how to do short range jump gates as well.
I mean, that can
Because
be a new
that point
technology. Like
at
it's
that point,
not
why don't they have jump gates between all the planets?
because it's not. You can make that through the lore. Like it's not. It's like super expensive to make a jump point. So we only have like 7 in the whole universe.
Yeah, well, okay, like, but if you're talking about people who are like giant trade conglomerates, for example, if they can build a jump gate between, let's say, ArcCorp and Hurston, and that means that their trading crew is able to transfer almost instantaneously between them, it doesn't matter if it's expensive; it's worth it.
Yes.
Like,
And I wouldn't be
um,
necessarily against it.
I would
However,
be, 'cause
here's the
then you
problem
just
with
will
that.
jump
Wait,
from
wait, wait,
planet to
wait,
planet.
wait. But like, if here's the thing, you still wouldn't do it probably because that's a highway that I can sit out of with my mantis and just randomly take out your fuckers with a lot of cargo
Okay,
and
so
protect
we're
them.
definitely thinking of different things then, because jump gate I'm thinking as being something that's near instantaneous travel. It'll be like traveling
No,
through the wormhole from system to system.
well, even wormhole will take time.
Yeah, but not that much. And when you
Sure.
consider the
So
amount of
okay.
distance
So
you're
what I'm
crossing,
saying is, let's say it takes you half an hour, which is realistic because now with Atlas, it takes you 15 minutes to jump from PO to fucking Microtech. Let's say
mm,
it takes you half an hour to jump from point A to point B, but this gate makes it where it's like 5 minutes. But you still have to
yeah,
physically go through the whole thing. But
and
then
it's possible that that's the case
it's a
with
highway.
like for example, freelancer. That was the case. If you wanted to travel between planet and planet, you traveled through these jump gate things.
Hmm.
And you were at risk of piracy because all pirates had to do was attack one of the gate rings,
But
and
yeah,
anybody who flew through there was now kicked out. But I don't know. I hope they don't. I like the idea of things just the way it is right now.
but that does not
You
prevent you
know,
to do the things like that, right? Like if you're,
we just
let's make it
yeah.
okay, whatever. It is
You know
imagination.
what though? To be fair, this would because Chris says he wants there to be trade lanes. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
dedicated, like You know, and if that's the case, then you pretty much can't have a free form quantum drive. That's one of the reasons I heard that they took it out, as in like, you know, like you can't push quantum and then steer it. You know what I mean? Because he wants there to be trade lanes. This is something that I've heard a long time ago.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
if it's
No, they even
changed,
explained
but
the yeah.
you know, but if you wanted to have the best of both worlds and you wanted to have the ability to basically quantum wherever you want, but you still wanted to have trade
Freedom.
lanes,
Yeah.
well, that's a way to do it. You
Yep.
know, like create a interplanetary highway that's fast but
Sounds
more
like
risky
yeah.
than just like, you know,
And it's more fuel efficient, but again, risk, right?
yeah. But
But
you
then something like
potentially
that
have
would
the
be
risk of piracy.
probably very safe in a system like Stanton
Yeah.
or
Or maybe not,
Sol,
because Stanton right
or
now
maybe
has a
not
crime problem.
Stanton. Yeah, but like
Yeah.
Sol, for example,
Yeah. Or like
right?
Terra.
Terra. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'd be okay with this as long as I don't
I
have to
guess.
use it. As long as I don't have to use it. Like,
Yeah.
if I have to use it, fuck that. That's like, fuck.
Well, and
That's
if
like
it's not
limiting the game.
instant, right? Like I just don't
No, I
want it to be
never thought about
instant.
it as instant. Like, nothing should be instant except for elevators. We don't need the elevators. We can teleport.
Yeah.
Like, quantum physics worked it out. We can teleport short distance. Come on, man.
Not gonna happen.
Oh,
Anyways, that was a topic that also ended up kind of also being an Imagine, which is fun.
oh yeah, yeah, true. Um,
Yeah. Other
no,
than
that was
that,
not a topic. That was your science
that
section,
was the
which ended
science
up,
section. That's what I
yeah,
mean, though. Like it ended up being
it's
kind of like
part.
Imagine.
Yeah, I
So,
liked it. I really enjoyed that.
yeah. At
Do
any rate, I hope. I guess to end that off, I hope that they end up doing some multi-star systems where the stars aren't orbiting close together and they are pretty far apart, because I think that would allow for some a ton of interesting exploration gameplay, and two, just really help to like add to the scale, and three, it's realistic because you know those sorts of star systems in real life are pretty
a
plentiful
thing,
from what
yeah.
we've been able to see.
If
Actually, we
nothing,
think
let's have
fun
them
tidbit.
as systems that we cannot visit now, and then maybe in future will be. You know, let's have
Yeah,
them at lore at least, in lore at least.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
And I'm sure Sherry will make it happen. If nothing
I
else,
hope
than
so.
in the lore.
Yeah,
She's
and
amazing.
if you're a nerd, want to read about some of the binary star systems that are in Star Citizen, all I did was just Google binary star system Star Citizen, and I came up with like a bunch of different, like Goss, for example. Man, Goss is going to be a cool place. Uh, Basically like Paradise World
Can you
kind of
spell that?
thing. GOSS.
Oh, that's what.
Yeah,
That's
read about
a
that.
system
That
nearby.
place sounds awesome. No, I don't think so. I don't know where it is. But it sounds awesome though. Like I'm definitely gonna go hang out there.
Oh, in
But
game, not like in our. I thought you're talking about like our.
oh, no. I mean in game Goss
Oh,
system.
amazing.
I mean if you're a nerd and you want to talk about, or you want to read into like different binary star systems in Star Citizen, yeah, do it. There's turns out there's quite a bit, and they sound really cool, especially Tyrrell system. If you're a space nerd, man, that Galactopedia write up is like just chock full of like
Did you
astronomy
visit
nerd bits.
these systems on the map?
I've poked around at Goss on the map, but honestly, like it's the Galactopedia specifically
I know, but can you
that
see to?
no, they
That's
don't
what I'm.
represent that on the map yet.
Oh, okay, that's a shame.
At least I don't think so. I don't
Don't
remember
try
that being a
now
thing.
because it
Yeah.
might fuck up your. Yeah, I can't open it on stream. The map, it
Yeah.
just takes
Oh.
so many resources internet wise.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
insane. If you guys don't know what the map is, I'll have the link. Like, there's an interactive um star system basically of Star Citizen that is absolutely beautiful. And I can't wait for that to be implemented in the game. I don't know how they're
Yeah.
gonna do it because it's so resource heavy.
Well, I think the reason it's resource intensive is because of the browser based programming language it's using. If I had to guess, that would be my guess.
For sure. Also, that can be like it doesn't have that doesn't have to be server side at all. That can be client based. Then it just loads up from your hard drive, anyways. Well, hopefully solid state drive, but still.
Yeah.
But that's amazing. Like, I want that in the game so much. So I'm gonna have. So for those who don't know, it's really cool. You can see all the 105 systems, I think, or near somewhere around that. You have all the wormholes that you can actually fly through. You can click on every planet, and there's like a little description of like atmosphere, whatever, air density, whatever, like everything, and landing points and all that. So it's been around for, I don't know, longer than I've been playing the game. So yeah.
I don't know. It's not. Oh, it does show 2 stars in Goss.
You open it, you motherfucker, at the risk of fucking up my podcast.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And if I broke it, I was gonna be like,
you're
I did
banned.
the thing you told me not to do.
Go in the corner.
Yeah.
Next podcast, you need to have your cat on the desk the whole time. The punishment.
Why?
The punishment.
Oh God. No, it is a punishment.
And the nasty one, not the nice guy, the nasty one. The troublemaker.
The guy who's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird though, because the Tyrrell system. Oh, it does. Oh man. Okay, I'm nerding out big time.
This is why you need to check the star map if you haven't checked it already, because just look at Maso's reaction right now. The star map is one of the best things that they did.
Honestly. It was really cool.
I
was like, I went to the Tyrrell system and was like, oh, the Tyrrell system isn't a binary. But it totally is, because they have like the little tiny white dwarf there and then the big like subgiant next to it. Nice. And they're like orbiting really close. They're totally going to blow up.
And you can see all this. Like if you go to Sol System and find Earth and click on Earth, you can see like 4 landing zones, which is like Moscow, or 3, Moscow, New York,
London, and New York, I think.
London,
or no, is it London?
There is, I think it's 4, and
one Hong Kong,
I think, or Beijing.
Wait, I'm right here. I can do this.
Yeah, just do more. Just disappear from like, feed and everything.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Do we have any questions?
We have one question. Gorham just put it in, but I'm busy trying to figure out what the landing zones are. Okay. New York, Moscow, Shanghai.
Okay. So no London.
Yeah. So Gorham asks, going back to the conversation of wars and its impact on economy, I feel like it'll just be the meta to spread out to different landing zones in different systems to make the claims for insurance, and you would barely see the economic impact of it. Unless they make it so the further out from your shipwreck, the more expensive the claim is. I hope they do that.
I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be very realistic.
That's not really a question, first of all, but...
You're so close to the microphone. Be careful.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, so here's my take on this. Aegis Factory is so Crusader Factory is on Crusader. When you claim your ship, they will have something in stock, and if you have like a super big ship, let's say, what's the name? Starlifter? No. Yeah. The one for like passengers. What's the name?
Oh, Starliner.
The
Genesis.
They're not gonna have like 10 Genesis sitting there, right? It just makes no sense.
Well, they probably would in the case of the Genesis, because it's like not really that big of a ship, and it's basically an airliner. So
airliner, right?
They're gonna have a lot.
But
also the thing you have to think about is like that's potentially supplying the demand for an entire universe.
Exactly.
For the different star systems, right? So.
But let's say, whatever, like you have like, I don't know where RSI is, probably Earth or Terra or something like that.
Yeah, they might have distributed shipyards though too.
Shipyards or dealerships?
Well, I mean like actual manufacturing plants. Like I don't know if Crusader's only manufacturing plant is on Crusader. It's possible they have, maybe, yeah. But like let's use let's use a giant like RSI then, because RSI is like one of the bigger manufacturers in the game. And
isn't MISC like much bigger than them though? So here's what I would think.
RSI is bigger because RSI is, I think, the oldest star.
Okay. Well, it is definitely, because Aurora, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
For sure.
They were the ones who discovered the quantum drive, I think.
Yeah, and it was the Aurora.
No, the Aurora is a new thing. It was the Zeus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, positive.
Because
Yeah,
I listened to
to
Aliana's explanation of like lore or whatever thing, if I'm not wrong.
the Aurora. Absolutely was not their first ship. 100%.
Oh, not their first ship. The Aurora was the first ship with the quantum drive.
No, it wasn't. Pretty sure that was the Zeus.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong, but let's
Okay, we can listen to Galactic Historian because Paul does a thing on RSI.
let's have this ready for the next episode and
Okay, hold
add
on,
it
I'll
to the
make a note.
notes. No, don't look for it now.
No,
because,
I'm just adding it to the notes.
And then if you know, guys, type it into comments on YouTube, please, and let's see who was wrong. Anyways, I think it will be based on that. Regardless, it will be based on that. Like how far the nearest factory is, how many ships they have in stock, and no factory would have like 10 let's say a big ship, for example, 10 javelins in stock. Like they're just insane.
Exactly.
For a ship like Javelin, you will have to wait.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like he actually says too, like unless they make it so the further out from your shipwreck, the more expensive the claim is. That is absolutely the intention. Because like these ships are produced in specific locations and then have to be shipped to where you want the claim to be. So making your claim at different landing zones shouldn't affect the claim timers or anything like that, because ultimately wherever you make the claim, it's being built at specific factories and shipyards throughout the universe. And if those, if there's a big war or whatever, and a whole bunch of ship claims come in, those factories, wherever they are in the universe, are going to get tasked up to capacity, and that capacity is basically going to be however fast you get back your ship. And then from there, like below that, obviously, then there's all the components that have to be manufactured from different locations around the universe, and those have a specific capacity. So if you have the hull of the ship is built, faster, but there's a shortage on a specific type of power plant or whatever, that could end up being the thing that affects the time of your insurance claim. And then on top of all that, like I said, then it's got to be shipped out to wherever you want it to be.
Well, I don't know if it's like wherever you want. I wonder if that's going to be like if you will have to have like registered like wherever your hangar is.
Yeah.
Or maybe where your org has a base or something like that.
Like I don't think that's going to I don't think that spreading out to different making your claims on different landing zones, I don't think that that's going to really affect or like it's still going to affect the economy, because at the end of the day, wherever those ships and components are built is wherever those ships and components are built.
But the further away you are, it's going to affect time. I don't think it should affect money.
Well, it'll affect time, but like what the original question / comment was about wars and the impact it'll have on the economy, right? So like making all the claims in different landing zones is, it's still going to affect the economy, because those claims are all going to certain spots in the world or in the universe where they're building that shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to have an economic impact. It's going to mean increased metal prices in areas where they're producing components.
But like you just claiming, like 10 javelins as an org.
Oh,
like you don't care, like, right? That was a question, right? Like you don't care about that. Like you care how fast you can get it and how much will it cost.
How expensive the claims are going to be.
Yeah.
So like, because like that absolutely will have the economic effect. You know what I mean? Like
you would think that an expensive ship like Jav, for example, that ages like in a big company as ages would have enough materials in stock to build ships. And it's their problem of, like that should not affect you because that's under insurance.
Yeah. Well, it may affect your
time. Yes.
Oh, but maybe not the claim price. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Because you're insured. Like
even if it's not costing you anything, it's costing the universe.
Yeah, but you don't care about that, right? Like
no,
where the question comes from, you don't care about that.
No. But we do care about like the impact that it'll have on the economy as a
It
whole.
will, for sure.
It will, for sure.
Well, I mean,
I
we
guess
don't
that's
know, but like we hope that it will, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Because we are not developing the game. But like, yeah,
I think any spikes, like if any spikes in ship, like so for example, like let's say even not even necessarily between uh orgs, it could be like one org decides to just go into a star system and start trashing the security forces, the NPC security forces in that system.
even buying new
That's going to
ships,
have an
right?
economic.
Like there's a new org and they decide, oh, we want to have fun with like 20 auroras. So then we need 20 auroras. Like that's not going to be a big
Yeah,
hit,
especially
but
in.
like it will, or like, okay, we have a new department of exploration. We need 5 characters as an org. Well,
Yeah,
guess what?
and they
It's
put
gonna
down the money for it,
Yeah.
and those ships, are now scheduled to be built, which means that you
That's
have
another
the
thing.
economic
Like,
impacts all the way down the line, right?
will there
Because
be shortage of bigger ships because dealerships run out of them in
maybe,
game? And
and
it should
because
be.
they actually take time in game to produce.
And how the game starts, like day zero, do based on the size of the ship, do they have like 300, I don't know,
Maybe, yeah,
300 characters for grabs, and then from that moment on,
maybe before the game starts, they let the quantum system run for a while to like get the economy
I mean,
like
they can
actually jump
preset, right?
started.
They can preset the jump start.
They could preset, but it might actually be easier just to say, here's the quantum system. Let's fire the simulation up on a computer, and then maybe like fast forward it for a bit. So like let it
Sure.
run to a point where it starts kind of ticking over by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. At any rate, I think it's fair to say that you know large spikes in ship claims is definitely going to affect the economy. You may not be paying for it directly, but like if you're not paying for it in money, you'll definitely be paying for it in time.
In time. Yeah, you shouldn't be paying
Yeah,
in money because it's insured.
yeah.
Okay.
Unless of course it's like you didn't have component insurance, if that's even a thing. Anyways, next question again by Gorham. Thank you for the questions. He says, what does shipping out ships mean in term of gameplay? Like, will there be actual ships designed to be huge carriers? If that's the case, then would players involved in that process of flying, or would players be involved in the process of flying those carriers? This actually was something I touched on a long time ago when the Hull series was being rolled out, and that was one of the things they mentioned that the Hull D and Hull E and stuff like that would be used for. Like instead of having big cargo containers, they would be cargo containers like with ships inside. Like how they ship cars. You know,
Yeah, but then up to us, I would assume again, like I don't know, but like
no, I
I
mean
would
none of us
think
know this.
they will be able to like ship ships up to a certain size, maybe like
Oh yeah,
medium, and then
yeah, like
after that,
constellations.
I would assume companies would either hire NPCs or pilots, like players,
Yeah,
to fly certain. Like if you are ordering a javelin,
yeah.
there's no fucking way anything will. You know what I mean? Like this will be built in the spaceport,
You may
and
have to go pick it up. They may not ship that
or they will ship it. But
with
like
one of their own kind of crews, and they'll generate
exactly,
a
yeah.
mission that basically
I
says, we're looking for
To be
crew,
fair, I would think that this will be time
or it could be
calculated.
towed.
I think this would be time calculated and we just spawn in your hangar, but like there will be like the backbone of this will be through the numbers, ones and zeros. The ship was delivered there because
Possible.
I don't think it would like because otherwise if the new javelin is being delivered by an NPC or anyone from the factory to Pyro or even further.
Well, they
And
might not deliver to Pyro. I see where you're
but
going with this, though.
anyways, let's say
You
from
think there's like,
Stanton to fucking, whatever, it can be intercepted and then that's just like an unnecessary nuisance for gameplay where
Yeah, but
if
here's
you
the
are flying
thing.
your own ship, sure, but like if they're in, like if it's covered by insurance, you should
If
be able
it's
to get
doing
it.
a ones and zeros kind of back end simulation, they've already shown us with the quantum system that if like even if it's just being shipped in the background, there's still a chance that
Materials.
in transit it could be jumped by pirates at some point. But I think ultimately
I
like
don't think it will
we'll
go so far to like capital ships being. I don't know, man. Like that would be
maybe
pushing it too far, and I don't want.
well
I don't
they
know,
might
maybe,
just
but I don't
say
want that.
we don't know. Well, we don't know how capital ship
You
like
might be able to
production is
have
going
to
to
like
work.
pick it up from the factory,
Yeah, that would be I think probably the safest
or
way.
probably not the factory, but dealership, because I don't think, except for maybe Crusader, I don't think we'll
No,
have access to the factories. I would like
if
to
you're
because
if you're picking up a capital ship, you're picking it up from the shipyard.
you don't think
One
they
because
would. No, I don't think so, Maso. I think they will deliver it to the dealership.
what dealership? Like that's the thing.
New
Like
deal.
does a cruise ship company go to a dealership to order a cruise ship? No, they go to a shipyard and they contract a shipyard to build the ship for them, and then they basically hire somebody to run it out to them, kind of a thing. Or they'd send in their own crew
Do you know the
to run it.
process, or do you want me to tell you how it works?
Well, my brother actually works in the yacht industry.
That's not a capital ship.
No, but
Let's
you
talk
know,
let's talk cruisers, because I know how that works. Cause sure, okay, so there's a thing called a pilot in current world, where
yes,
not only from, first of all, most of the shipyards are not in the open waters. They're more like in
yeah,
like the river or like fjords and
yeah,
stuff like that, where they're protected from water itself, like
yes,
winds and whatnot. So then there's a pilot for each port, which is a
yes.
third party person, captain,
I
who
I
will,
know I'm
right,
familiar enough with this
of
because
of course. So
Victoria and Vancouver are
so
port cities.
so this is the same. Like a pilot will take the ship out from the dockyard as well, and then captain will take over. So in that
Sure,
sense,
but you're still picking it up from the shipyard.
you are,
You're
but
not
you are
buying it
not
at a
okay. But
dealership.
let me tell you something: you don't get fucking insurance for Oasis of the Seas. If it sunk, when Costa Concordia was sunk, they did not get the free other Costa Concordia.
Mhm.
So all this thing is already gamified, right? You
Sure,
can get
but
insurance.
basically,
In that case, you can't have insurance on. And to be fair, you shouldn't be able to have insurance of on a Javelin, in my opinion.
okay. But here's my reason. Oh, well, I think they probably will have insurance for capital ships
For
because of
sure.
game.
But
But
exactly.
um,
But then you should be able to pick it up from dealership and not the
I don't think so because they've
shipyard.
already mentioned that in order to get capital capital ships repaired, you have to go to a special facility. In order to get capital components and stuff like that, they've said that you need to go to a capital ship capable facility
Well, yeah,
to
but do you think that's gonna be like only the manufacturer, or you think it's gonna
I,
be any facility with like a dry dock kind of equivalent?
it'll be any but basically what I'm saying is they're already making accommodations for capital class ships as far as like repairs and dry docks and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if like there's a similar situation where they actually build it. One, because I really want to visit the
I
shipyard. I think
want
it'd be
that as
awesome
well. Okay, I
to see
want
like big ships in
shipyards
the dry dock getting like opened up
like in
and
World of Warships, which is not an MMO. Every now and then we have a dockyard when you're doing the missions in game, and then you have like 20 steps, and you can go to your dockyard as the game is building a ship for you, and then you see like a keel being laid down, and then like step by step it's being
yeah.
built as you complete quests. And I love it, because I'm a ship person, right? But if you ask me, and I'm gonna close my case here, but then you can expand, and uh, I believe from a game perspective, they will calculate the time it takes to build the ships, and then they will just add a number in New Deal or whatever stock, where you will be able to go to New Deal, not the New Deal in Houston, but the New Deal in what's the name? Like the space station,
Sure.
like whatever,
I get
where
what you're
there's a
saying.
dock, like they're gonna just spawn a ship for you, and you're gonna be able to take it from there and fly it to wherever you're keeping your ships. I don't think there's, because I don't even think that you will be able to spawn your javelin, right? Like, let's say you have your own base in space, but you're not gonna be able to despawn javelin.
No, that's true. And that's, or at least that's what they've said. And that's why I don't think that they will just kind of ones and zeros it. I think, like, I just feel like the direction they're going right now seems to be very much they want the quanta simulation to drive the construction process. But ultimately, at the end of the day, once that ship is finished, it is physicalized and it has to be moved either by a NPC crew or, like you contracted out this ship to be built, you guys pick it up,
I
you
just
know?
think the first physicalized thing will be in Evers Harbor New Deal or
Maybe.
equivalent.
But yeah, if in this case it says if that's the case, would players be involved in the process of flying these like carriers and stuff like this? I think for like the smaller ships,
Maybe
absolutely.
like
Yeah, like
contracts, you know.
yeah, like if you have a hull E or whatever, there might be like we have 50
Even a
like
Kraken.
300 eyes or well, I don't think the Kraken's very good for hauling ships to be
It's not
honest.
good, but you
Oh,
might be able to
how
take a
many
risk.
you might be able to take a few, but like compare that to like all the spindles on that hull E basically
Oh no, for
loaded with
sure,
like
yeah.
300 eyes
But let's
in
say,
crates.
let me put it this way. So you might be with Hull A. Sorry, Hull. What's the biggest one?
E, I think.
Let's say Hull E is the biggest one, and you might be able to like do a contract from Terra to Stanton, delivering Auroras and Mustangs.
Yeah.
But then if you have so I would hope that pirate org that lives in Pyro will be able to make their own contract for you to deliver 7 Cutlass Blacks to Pyro. Now, you probably don't want to do that in a Hull E because then you might get fucked in Pyro. You'd
Maybe.
rather do
Or
it in
you
a
like
ship like, I don't know, Javelin or not Javelin. Sorry, I want to say what's the other one?
Kraken.
No, Kraken
Or just an
or what's the name of what we have now in the game? Shit, it's not Jav. It's the what's the other capital ship that we have right now?
Idris?
Idris, right? You might be able to like put like three. You might be able to squeeze in 3 unflyable. you know,
Yeah.
you know what Eve
Maybe.
has.
But yeah, I don't know.
So
Like
so let me just
I
throw this out,
okay.
and hopefully I don't want this in Star Citizen, but Eve has packaged and unpackaged ship, where unpackaged ship is flyable
Mhm.
and packaged ship is non-flyable. Packaged ship
They have
takes much less space. It's like not. It's like in parts
oh right.
basically
Yeah,
in a
yeah, yeah, yeah.
container, right?
They might do that though. Like if you think about it, like if you're trying to ship a bunch of sabers, for example, it'd be easier
Or
if those wings
constellation.
weren't on.
Let's take constellation. I think is like an extreme, uh,
Yeah,
because like of the way it's built with like all the fucking engines on the side and everything takes so much space. But like if you
totally.
can disassemble it to
Pull all the
several
engines off.
parts,
Yeah,
it can take a huge vent, no, like 100 SCU container,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And they can be labeled Constellation Andromeda on a side,
totally. Yeah. And
self-assembly.
Caterpillar, I mean, Caterpillar's already almost in pieces. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
engines could be taken off, and each one of those segments. Actually, when the Caterpillar was originally proposed, that basically the ship that you bought was just basically supposed to be the rear of the ship and the cockpit on the side. And then basically each module on the front, you were supposed to basically be able to like add or subtract as you wanted, basically, like up to a certain
like
length.
Endeavor now.
But But like basically what I'm saying is like it's kind of built like that, and like I could totally see a Caterpillar being like dismantled basically for shipping.
I can
But I
see
don't know, it's
every
weird
Drake
because
ship being able to be
I
disassembled.
missed the first part of that. It kind of like bugged out when I was
I
talking.
can see any Drake ship being.
Well, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know if I
because
can see Origin ship being disassembled.
well, yeah, but like if you read the lore on Drake, that's literally what they're designed for. They're
Yeah.
designed to be basically like cut and paste, you know,
Yeah.
like the ultimate like
Which
cheap versatile you know like
might be a reason
the
why I want to have a Drake ship, because claiming insurance on a Drake ship might be like
oh yeah.
much faster than anything else.
Not to mention like if you're ordering replacement parts or something and you're like way out in the ass end of nowhere, like good luck getting parts for your Origin,
Well,
you
you
know,
will not
like
need parts for your Origin, buddy.
unless you just got shot up because you're flying around looking
Who's
all
gonna
bling
catch
in the
me in an Origin, bro? All right. Catching it. It's been
yeah.
4 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm
Oh my god,
closing this.
I am starving.
We actually made it within 4 hours, like less than 4 hours
Ah,
without questions. Which
and then
is
Gorham asked questions.
That's
So it's
amazing.
Gorham's fault.
No, that's really cool. But like we actually made it within 4 hours, which actually without Stanton gossip, we have a problem. Dude. Like we
Yeah.
did
We
not even
tried to cut
have.
this down to be shorter.
We don't even have a topic this time. It's
Well, we sort of did. It was like imagining topic.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah. Imagine
Well,
if we
but to
had
be
like
fair,
bot, because we had bot prepared.
look at the amount of news that we had to plow through though.
It's true, but like we have a
Like that
problem,
is not
brother.
normal. We do have a problem. Yeah. We cut out Stanton gossip so this would be shorter, and it turns out it wasn't shorter at all. It was the same length.
This will be like the longest one ever, I think.
Oh fuck. Okay, well,
Close it.
I'm starving. Let's close this. Hey, if you're watching this, thanks for hanging out with us live. Appreciate that. Gorham, thank you for the questions. Grizz, Heavy Bob, Tails, good to see you guys. Micker as well. And if you're watching this on YouTube, consider throwing us a like and subscribe if you like insanely long podcasts where we tangent all over the place and talk about mostly Star Citizen, but sometimes not. Yeah.
Thank you for being here. It's fun as always. Made this far. Thank you for making it this far. And yeah, if you're watching Stanton Gossip now, see you all Wednesday or Thursday or whenever you watch it. Have a great rest of your day. Stay healthy. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Bye.